Welcome to Mr.Abaddon, where every shadow hides a terrifying secret, and every story will haunt your mind. If you love horror, mysteries, and the unknown, you're in the right place. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because the darkness is just beginning. The blood trail led Daniel Kowalski to places blood shouldn't be able to reach. 15 years as a ranger in the Boundary Waters had taught him how blood behaved in wilderness. It pooled in depressions, soaked into pine needles, attracted scavengers within hours. It didn't climb 30 feet up a white pine's trunk in a spiral pattern, each droplet precisely spaced like ceremonial markings. It didn't form symbols on rocks that predated any human alphabet he recognized. And it certainly didn't lead him in a perfect circle back to where Aisling Nguyen's campsite had been, 3 days after her disappearance, in conditions cold enough that blood should have frozen solid within minutes. Daniel knelt beside the tent's remains, his Garmin GPS confirming what his gut already knew. 47.9472 degree N, 91.3824 degree W, exactly where he'd started this morning. The December air bit through his Forest Service parka, temperature hovering at -8 Fahrenheit, but his palms were sweating inside his gloves. The tent fabric had been shredded from the inside, deliberate cuts forming patterns that made his eyes water when he tried to focus on them directly. Ashley's gear was arranged in a neat semicircle 20 feet away: stove, water filter, sleeping bag, each item placed with geometric precision that felt fundamentally wrong. The missing person report had arrived at the Kawishiwi Ranger Station on December 15th, 2 days ago. Hiker Aisling Nguyen, 26, solo expedition, permits for the Pine Lake entry point, expected return December 12th. Her father had been the one to call it in, voice tight with the kind of worry that Daniel had learned to respect. Most missing hikers in the Boundary Waters turned up within 48 hours, sheepish about dead GPS batteries or unexpected detours. Most weren't experienced enough to disappear this completely. Daniel photographed everything with the systematic precision that had made him the go-to ranger for difficult searches. The state-issued Nikon captured the tent's geometry, the arranged gear, the impossible blood trail. Through the viewfinder, something flickered at the edge of the clearing. A shape that his peripheral vision insisted was human-sized, but branched like deadfall timber. When he lowered the camera, nothing but white birch and shadow. His Motorola radio crackled. "Kowalski, this is base. Status update? Found the Nguyen campsite. Lot of evidence that doesn't track right. Requesting additional SAR personnel and maybe a..." He paused, professional pride warring with what his experience was screaming. "Maybe someone from the Ojibwe liaison office." Static answered him. He checked the radio, full battery, proper frequency. Tried again. Nothing but white noise that almost sounded like whispering if he listened too carefully. His iPhone showed no signal. Expected this deep in the wilderness, but the way the screen flickered made him pocket it quickly. The sun was already descending toward the horizon. December daylight lasted barely 7 hours this far north. Daniel marked the campsite's GPS coordinates in his notebook with practiced efficiency, added detailed notes about the blood pattern's trajectory. His training said to establish a search perimeter, look for tracks, follow standard SAR protocols. His instinct, honed by 15 years of reading wilderness-like text, said to get back to his snowmobile before full dark. He chose instinct. The trail back to his staging point should have taken 20 minutes. Daniel's watch, a reliable Sunto his wife had given him for their 10th anniversary, showed 45 minutes elapsed when he finally saw his Arctic Cat snowmobile exactly where he'd left it. Except the machine was now facing the opposite direction, and someone had carved a symbol into its windscreen, deep grooves that hadn't been there when he'd arrived. The design looked like antlers, twisted into something that suggested a human scream. Daniel's hand moved automatically to his service sidearm, a Glock 22 he'd carried for 12 years and fired exactly twice, both times at injured animals. The weapon felt suddenly inadequate. He circled the snowmobile, looking for tracks, finding only his own boot prints from this morning. The temperature had dropped further. His breath crystallized instantly, and exposed skin on his face ached with cold that felt aggressive, purposeful. The drive back to the Kawashiwi station took an hour through gathering darkness. Twice Daniel's headlights caught movement between trees. Tall figures that moved with wrong biomechanics, joints bending in directions that violated anatomy. He kept his speed steady, didn't look directly at the shapes, and recited his daughter's names like a mantra. Rebecca, Julie, Emma, 7, 5, and 3 years old. Waiting for him to come home and finish decorating the Christmas tree, the station's lights were a benediction. Daniel parked, killed the engine, and sat in sudden silence that felt too complete. No wind, no animal sounds. Nothing but his own ragged breathing and a smell like burnt hair and copper that hadn't been there before. Inside, he spread his evidence across the briefing table. Photos, notes, GPS coordinates. Ranger Tom Whitmore, 23 and fresh from academy, looked at the images with the unearned confidence of someone who'd never seen wilderness reveal its teeth. "Looks like she got disoriented," Tom said. "Classic hypothermia behavior. Paradoxical undressing, arranging items, confusion. Blood's probably from trying to get out of the tent. Cut herself on the zipper." "Blood doesn't climb trees," Daniel said quietly. "With high winds, splatter patterns." "There's been no wind for 3 days, Tom. 0. And blood doesn't form geometric patterns." Tom shifted uncomfortably. "So what are you saying?" "That something." The station's landline rang, old-fashioned bell that jangled with aggressive volume. Daniel picked it up, professional greeting automatic. "Kawashiwi Ranger Station, this is..." The voice on the other end spoke in a language that predated English by centuries. Ojibwe words Daniel didn't understand, but the tone was clear. Warning. The speaker, female, elderly, urgent, repeated the same phrase 3 times. "Windigu, Giwen, Windigu, Oma, Aya." "Ma'am, do you speak English? Are you reporting?" The line went dead. When Daniel tried to call back, the phone gave no dial tone, just that same whispered static from his radio. Tom was staring at him. What was that? Someone speaking Ojibwe. I caught one word, Windigu. Daniel pulled up the station computer, opened the cultural liaison files they'd been required to maintain since 2010, found the entry he was looking for. Wendigo, Algonquian mythology, malevolent spirit associated with cannibalism, winter, famine, believed to possess humans, transform them into creatures of insatiable hunger. You're not seriously suggesting... I'm suggesting we contact the Fond du Lac Bond liaison first thing tomorrow and get someone out here who knows more than we do about local beliefs. Daniel's voice had the hard edge of command that made younger rangers snap to attention. In the meantime, I want you to pull every missing person report from the boundary waters in the last 10 years. Cross-reference for December disappearances and any mentions of unusual findings. While Tom worked, Daniel returned to his photographs, examining them with the same focus he'd once applied to tracking wounded deer. The blood spiral on the white pine. He zoomed in, enhancing the image. The pattern wasn't random. It matched traditional Ojibwe medicine symbols, but inverted, corrupted. The symbols carved into his snowmobile's windscreen appeared in the background of another photo, faint marks on trees he hadn't noticed during initial documentation. Tom's printer whirred. Got something. 9 disappearances in December over the past decade, all in the western boundary waters. 7 never found. 2 found deceased, causes listed as exposure, but... He paused, reading. Notes mention extensive trauma inconsistent with animal predation. And there's this, every single disappearance happened during the week of winter solstice. Daniel checked his desk calendar. December 17th. 4 days until solstice. Ashley Nguyen went missing on the 12th, he said slowly, within the window. The station's fluorescent lights flickered. Both rangers looked up simultaneously. The fixtures buzzed, dimmed, returned to normal. In that moment of reduced illumination, Daniel saw something impossible. Breath condensation fogging the window from outside. The glass was double-paned, rated for 40 below, and nothing should have been able to produce visible breath at that distance. When the light stabilized, the window was clear. I'm going back out tomorrow, Daniel said. First light. If Ashley Nguyen is alive, she's been in -10 temperatures for 5 days. If she's not, he didn't finish. They both knew what 5 days of exposure meant. Tom nodded, but his eyes kept drifting to the window. You want backup? No, I want you here coordinating. If I'm not back by 1800 hours, call County SAR and tell them to send everything they've got. Daniel started packing his field kit. GPS, radio, emergency beacon, first aid, thermal blankets. Added a detail he'd never included before. His grandfather's old hunting knife, carbon steel that his grandfather had sworn was blessed by a priest. Superstition, probably. But his grandfather had spent 70 years in these woods and died peacefully in his sleep at 93. He drove home through darkness that seemed too eager to press against his headlights. His wife Sarah had dinner waiting. Venison stew that usually made the house smell welcoming. Tonight the meat scent made his stomach clench with nausea he couldn't explain. How was the search? Sarah asked, kissing his cheek. She'd been a ranger's wife for 12 years, understood the difference between routine call-outs and the cases that followed him home. Complicated. Daniel watched his daughters playing in the living room, Rebecca helping Julie build a block tower while 3-year-old Emma narrated with absolute authority. Normal childhood chaos. Precious and fragile in ways he'd never quite felt before tonight. Sarah studied his face. Danny, what's wrong? Nothing I can articulate without sounding crazy. He pulled her into a hug that lasted longer than usual. I love you. You know that, right? You're scaring me. Good. Stay scared enough to lock the doors tonight, all of them. And if anyone knocks after dark, don't answer, call me first. He saw her about to protest and added, Please, trust me on this. She nodded slowly. This missing hiker is probably fine. Lost, disoriented, holed up somewhere waiting for rescue. The lie came smoothly, professionally. Daniel had learned early in his career that families needed hope more than truth. But Sarah deserved honesty. There are some elements to this case that don't fit standard patterns. Until I understand what I'm dealing with, I need you to be cautious. That night, Daniel didn't sleep well. His dreams were fragmented images, white pines bleeding upward, symbols carved into his daughter's bedroom walls, Ashley Nguyen's face pressed against his window with eyes that had frozen solid and shattered like glass. He woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of something scratching at the house's siding. Slow, methodical, patient. When he looked out, nothing but snow and shadow. But in the morning, he found marks in the frost on the window, the same antler scream symbol from his snowmobile. He didn't tell Sarah. At dawn, Daniel returned to the Kawishiwi station. Tom had dark circles under his eyes and a pot of coffee that smelled like it had been brewing for hours. Did more research last night, Tom said without preamble. Found something in the anthropology database. Dr. Margaret Bairstale, Ojibwe elder, wrote a paper in 2008 about Wendigo traditions. She's local, lives in Ely, 20 minutes from here. Call her. Ask if she'll meet with us. Already did. She'll be here at 0700. Dr. Bairstale arrived exactly on time, a woman in her 70s with silver hair braided down her back and eyes that assessed Daniel with uncomfortable precision. She looked at his photographs for exactly 30 seconds before speaking. You've found a Wendigo's hunting ground, she said simply. Or rather, it's found you. Daniel had prepared arguments, rational explanations, scientific skepticism. Instead, he heard himself say, Tell me everything. The Wendigo is not metaphor, not symbol, not cautionary tale for greedy children. Dr. Bairstale's voice carried absolute certainty. It is hunger given form. In traditional understanding, a person becomes Wendigo by committing cannibalism, usually during starvation, sometimes through deliberate choice. The act transforms them. They grow tall, skeletal, with hearts made of ice. They can never be sated. The more they eat, the hungrier they become. That's folklore, Tom started. That's documented experience spanning 400 years of Ojibwe oral history. Dr. Bairstale cut him off without raising her voice. Your missing woman, did she come here alone? Yes, solo expedition, experienced hiker. Did she know about the starvation winter of 1876? Daniel and Tom exchanged glances. Should she have? The area where you found her camp, near Pine Lake, yes? That was the site of a hunting party during the worst winter our people remember. 27 men went out in November. One returned in March, alive, healthy, alone. He claimed the others had died of exposure, but he had gained weight during 5 months in sub-zero conditions with no supplies. The elders knew what he had become. They tried traditional methods of containment, fire, sacred herbs, songs of binding, but he escaped into the wilderness. Since then, every 10 to 15 years, someone disappears in that area during solstice week. Ashley Nguyen is the 28th victim? Daniel felt the professional distance he'd maintained cracking. Over 130 years? The Wendigo does not age, does not die by conventional means. It hibernates between feedings, sustained by its curse. Dr. Bairstale spread the photographs across the table, arranging them with purpose. These blood patterns, you see them as climbing the tree. They're not. They're descending. The Wendigo was above her, marking territory, claiming its hunting ground. These symbols aren't Ojibwe. They're corruption of our sacred language twisted by hunger into something obscene. How do we kill it? The question came out harder than Daniel intended. You don't. You're not equipped, spiritually, mentally, or physically. You call the Midewiwin, the traditional healers who train their entire lives for this. You evacuate the area. You wait for those who know the old songs and old methods. Ashley Nguyen doesn't have time for that. If she's alive. She's not, Dr. Bairstale said gently. If the Wendigo has had her for 5 days, she's either dead or becoming. And if she's becoming, then she's already lost. Daniel stood, movements sharp with frustration. I don't accept that. I've spent 15 years bringing lost people home. I'm not starting to fail now because of... He stopped himself. Because of something you don't believe in? Dr. Bairstale's smile was sad. Belief isn't required, Ranger Kowalski. The Wendigo exists whether you acknowledge it or not. But if you insist on pursuing this, then at least let me give you what protection I can. She opened her bag, removed items wrapped in red cloth, bundles of dried sage, cedar bark strips marked with symbols, a small pouch that smelled like tobacco and copper. Burn the sage if you feel presence is gathering. The cedar goes around your neck. Don't remove it for any reason. The pouch is Wisini, traditional tobacco mixed with red ochre. It won't kill the Wendigo, but it may slow it down long enough for you to escape. Daniel accepted the items, fighting against every rational instinct that screamed this was superstitious nonsense. But rationality hadn't explained the blood-climbing trees or his snowmobile turning itself around. One more thing, Dr. Bairstale said. The Wendigo can mimic voices, perfectly. If you hear someone calling for help, someone you know, someone who sounds desperate, don't trust it. The creature's hunger extends beyond flesh. It feeds on hope, on the compassion that makes you human. It will use your best qualities to lure you into range. An hour later, Daniel was back on his snowmobile, GPS locked on Ashley's last known coordinates, cedar bark uncomfortable against his skin, sage and tobacco in his pack alongside emergency flares and his service weapon. The morning was crystalline clear, temperature at -12, sky that particular intense blue that only appeared in deep winter, beautiful and deadly. The boundary waters at their most pristine and most unforgiving. He'd radioed his route to Tom, starting at the Pine Lake entry point, moving in a search spiral pattern, checking every campsite within a 5-mile radius. Standard SAR procedure. Except nothing about this felt standard. The forest was too quiet. Daniel had learned to read wilderness silence, the normal hush of winter when animals conserved energy, versus the oppressive quiet that meant predators nearby. This was neither. This was absence. As if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to finish. He found Ashley's second campsite at 10:47 a.m. The GPS showed he'd traveled 3.2 miles, but his odometer read 5.8. Space was bending in ways that made his head ache. This site showed signs of hasty departure. Tent half collapsed, food cache torn open, sleeping bag abandoned. And everywhere that same symbol. Antlers twisted into screams. Something had been carved into a massive boulder nearby. Daniel approached slowly, hand on his weapon despite knowing bullets were probably useless. The carving was crude, but deliberate. Tally marks. Hundreds of them, covering the rock's surface in columns that suggested years, decades, more. At the top, fresh marks, 27 old scratches. One new one, 28. "Oh, Ashley," Daniel whispered. "What did you walk into?" A sound behind him, footsteps crunching through snow. He spun, weapon drawn, to see Ashley Nguyen standing 20 feet away. She looked perfect. No frostbite, no hypothermia's telltale confusion, not even shivering despite wearing only the light jacket from her gear photos. Her skin had a gray cast that might have been shadow. Might have been something else. "Thank God," she said, voice cracking with relief. "I've been lost for days. My GPS died, I ran out of food, I thought I was going to die out here." She took a step forward, movement smooth despite 5 days in sub-zero conditions. "Please, I need water, I'm so thirsty." Daniel didn't lower his weapon. Didn't speak. Watched. "Sir?" Ashley's voice shifted, became younger. "Daddy, is that you? Please, I'm scared." He'd heard Ashley's father on the phone. This was his voice exactly, timbre and inflection perfect. The thing wearing Ashley's face was mimicking her last desperate calls home. "You're not Ashley," Daniel said quietly. The figure stopped, tilted its head at an angle just slightly wrong. "Of course I'm Ashley Nguyen. Check my ID, it's in my pocket. I don't understand why you're pointing a gun at me. I just need help." Ashley was reported missing 5 days ago. You show no signs of exposure. Your pupils aren't responding to sunlight. And you're not producing breath vapor despite -12 temperature. For a moment, nothing. Then Ashley's face smiled, and the expression was all wrong. Too wide, too many teeth, muscles moving in patterns that human faces weren't designed to accommodate. "Smart," it said, and the voice was layered now. Ashley and her father and something ancient underneath. Most of them die still believing in rescue, still thinking they're talking to their loved ones while I open them from sternum to groin. The thing that had been Ashley began to change, not suddenly, gradually, like time-lapse decay. Skin pulling tight across elongating bones, fingers stretching into something between talons and branch limbs, torso hollowing until ribs showed through clothing that should have fit. It grew taller, 7 feet, 8, more, the face last, features stretching, jaw unhinging, eyes sinking back into skull while something cold and luminous kindled in the sockets. "She lasted 3 days, the Wendigo said conversationally. "Longer than most, fought very hard. But in the end, she was just meat and marrow, like you'll be, like all of you are." Daniel's hands were steady on his weapon. 15 years of training kept his finger off the trigger until he had clear shot. But he suspected bullets would be as effective as harsh language. Still, professional protocol said, attempt to de-escalate, assess threat level, call for backup. His radio was already out, button pressed. "Tom, this is Kowalski. I've made contact with hostile entity at my GPS position. Request." The Wendigo moved impossibly fast. One moment 20 feet away, next instant its hand, no longer human, all bone and frozen flesh, was wrapped around Daniel's radio, crushing the device. The creature's other hand shot toward his throat. Daniel dove backward, muscle memory from defensive training taking over. Rolled, came up with weapon aimed, fired 3 rounds center mass. The reports echoed through silent forest. Too loud, too sharp, sound waves that should have scared every animal for miles. The bullets tore holes through the Wendigo that showed nothing but darkness inside. No blood, no organs, just void. It laughed. "I told her father she would be found safe," the Wendigo said, speaking with Ashley's voice from that ruined throat. Right before I ate her fingers in front of her. The last thing she said was your name. Daniel Kowalski will find me. He always brings them home. Did I bring her home, Daniel? When I wore her face to call her father and tell him not to worry? Rage spiked through professional calm. Daniel's hand moved to his pack, found Dr. Bairstale's pouch. The Wisini, tobacco and red ochre. He threw it at the creature's face. The effect was immediate. The Wendigo recoiled, flesh hissing where powder touched, howling with fury that sounded like winter wind through dead trees. It staggered back 3 steps, 4, leaving footprints in the snow that showed bones instead of feet. Daniel ran. He'd been running from dangerous situations for 15 years. Structure fires, flash floods, aggressive wildlife. But he'd never run from something that pursued with intelligence and malice. Something that called his name in his wife's voice, his daughter's voices, his dead grandfather's voice. Each call perfectly accurate, each one designed to make him stop, turn, respond to loved ones in distress. "Daddy, help me," Rebecca's voice, his 7-year-old, from somewhere behind him. Daniel's legs kept moving. Not real. Not real. Not real. "Danny, I'm hurt." Sarah, screaming in pain. He burst through a stand of white pine, stumbled, caught himself on a tree trunk. His GPS was spinning, North Point rotating randomly, compass worthless. The sun had vanished behind clouds that looked like bruises across the sky. Temperature was dropping. He could feel it through his parka, cold that bypassed insulation and reached for bone. The forest had changed. Trees were taller, thinner, branches interlocking overhead in patterns that suggested cages. He was still in the boundary waters, could see landmarks, frozen lakes between timber, but everything had shifted slightly off axis. Wrong scale, wrong proportions, wrong fundamental reality. Ahead, a structure, cabin maybe, or shelter. Daniel's ranger training screamed trap, but he was out of options. The Wendigo's footsteps were getting closer, pace unhurried because prey that ran in circles always came back eventually. The structure was a traditional Ojibwe wigwam, dome-shaped, built from birch bark and saplings. Ancient design, but the materials looked fresh. Smoke rose from the opening at its peak. Firelight flickered through gaps. Daniel pushed through the entrance, weapon up. Inside, a fire burned without fuel, flames dancing across bare earth. Sitting beside it was an old man who looked like he'd been carved from weathered cedar, deep lines, eyes black as lake water at night, hands scarred with a lifetime of hard work. "You're trespassing," the old man said in Ojibwe-accented English. "My hunting ground, my territory, my curse to bear." "You're—" Daniel's mind caught up with what he was seeing. The survivor, from 1876. I had a name once. Richard Shingobi. Tried to be a good man, good hunter, good father. The old man, the thing that had been Richard Shingob, stared at the fire. Winter of 76 took my hunting party. By January, we were eating bark. By February, we were drawing lots to see who would die so others could live. By March, I was the only one left, and I couldn't stop eating. Dr. Bairstale said you escaped the Elder's binding. I ran, spent 140 years running, but the hunger never stops, Ranger. Never stops. I sleep for years at a time, wake up when the solstice calls, take one person, one life, enough to quiet the screaming in my core for another decade. It's not much, but it's all I can manage. Daniel kept his weapon trained despite knowing it was futile. Ashley Nguyen. Quick, painless. I tried to make it. Shingobe's face contorted. That's a lie. There's no quick or painless when you're being consumed by a creature that's already consumed itself. But I tried, for whatever that's worth. It's worth nothing, Daniel said flatly. I know. Shingobi stood, and Daniel saw that the old man's feet didn't quite touch the ground. I called you here for a reason, not to kill you. Though the hunger wants that, always wants that, to warn you. My curse is old, stable, controlled, but there's something new in these woods. Something younger, angrier. It's learning to hunt. What are you talking about? Do you know how a Wendigo is made, Ranger? Cannibalism, yes. But not just starvation desperation. Deliberate choice. Wanting to survive so badly that you'll consume another human being. Wanting anything so badly that you'll sacrifice another for it. Daniel's blood went cold in ways that had nothing to do with December temperature. Someone chose. 3 years ago. Solo hiker, got lost, found my old killing ground, found remains. Instead of fleeing or dying of exposure, he made a choice. Ate flesh that was already cursed. Wendigo flesh compounds the transformation, accelerates it. He's been hunting every winter since, taking more than he needs, teaching himself to enjoy the cruelty. Why are you telling me this? Shingobi's eyes were ancient and tired. Because he's marked your family. I can smell his intention on you. He's been to your house, Ranger. Looked through your windows. Learned your daughter's names. The world tilted. Daniel's hand shook for the first time in 15 years. No. No. Leave. Tonight. Take your wife and children far from here. Don't come back until spring. Maybe not then. Shingobi gestured toward the wigwam's exit. I can buy you time. Old Wendigo versus young. He's stronger, but I know tricks he hasn't learned. Go. Daniel didn't move. Couldn't. Professional duty warred with paternal panic. I have to stop him. If he's targeting, you can't stop him. You're just meat with delusions of capability. Shingobi's voice turned harsh. Listen to me. I've had a century and a half to understand what I've become. Your weapons are useless. Your courage is irrelevant. The only thing that kills a Wendigo is another Wendigo or traditional methods you don't have time to learn. So you run, you survive, and you pray he finds other prey. The wigwam's entrance darkened. A voice called from outside. Tom's voice, urgent, frightened. Kowalski, sir, I've got backup. We've got thermal imaging. We can triangulate. Don't, Shingobi whispered. That's him. That's the young one. Daniel pressed himself against the wigwam's wall, mind racing through options that all ended in death. His service weapon was useless. Dr. Bairstale's protection had bought him minutes, not salvation. The only thing standing between him and consumption was a century-old monster with a conscience. Kowalski? Tom's voice again, closer. Sir, are you hurt? I can see tracks leading to... What the hell is that? Richard Shingobi straightened, body shifting, elongating, becoming the thing he'd kept chained for decades. Remember what I told you. Run. Don't stop. Don't look back. The old Wendigo burst through the wigwam's wall with speed that defied physics. Daniel heard impact, howling in frequencies that bypassed ears and resonated directly in bone. The sound of two monsters fighting, antlers clashing, frozen flesh tearing, something that might have been screaming or laughing or both. He ran. His GPS was dead, compass spinning, but instinct and 15 years of wilderness experience pointed him toward the nearest access point. Behind him, the sounds of combat faded into distance that felt more dimensional than geographical. The forest was returning to normal proportions, trees resuming standard heights, sunlight breaking through clouds that were dissipating like they'd never existed. Daniel's snowmobile was where he'd left it, untouched, except for new scratches on the windscreen. Another message in that twisted symbol language, coordinates. His home address, written in GPS notation that shouldn't have been possible to know. He radioed the station. Tom, this is Kowalski. Emergency. I need you to call my wife. Tell her to take the girls to her mother's in Duluth, right now. Don't explain, don't argue, just get them moving. Static answered. Then Tom's voice strained. Sir, where are you? I'm at the station. There's been no radio contact for 3 hours. Just call Sarah, now. Daniel started his snowmobile, pushed it to maximum safe speed through terrain that could kill him if he miscalculated by inches. Didn't care. The young Wendigo had marked his family, had been to his house, had looked at his daughters through their bedroom window. Prey that ran always came back eventually, unless they stopped being prey. The drive to Ely took 40 minutes that felt like hours. Daniel stopped at the first sporting goods store he found, still wearing his ranger uniform, and bought every flare they had in stock. Then at a hardware store for propane tanks. At a grocery store for all their charcoal lighter fluid. His personal credit card would be destroyed by the purchases, but he didn't care. At Dr. Bairstale's house, address from the university directory, he pounded on the door with urgency that bordered on violence. She answered, took one look at his face, and stepped aside. "Tell me how to kill one," Daniel said without preamble. "Not contain, not slow down. Kill." Dr. Bairstale studied him for a long moment. "You met it. I met two. The original from 1876 and something newer. The new one marked my family." His voice cracked. "My daughters are 7, 5, and 3 years old. Tell me how to end this." She led him to her study, pulled a book from locked cabinet, old leather binding, pages in languages Daniel didn't recognize. Traditional methods require preparation you don't have time for. Sacred fire, songs that take days to sing properly, multiple healers working in concert. But there's an older way, desperate way, dangerous way. I'll take dangerous. Wendigos are creatures of hunger. They consume everything except what they are. But if you trap one with itself... She flipped through pages, found a diagram that showed a circle of fire, specific symbols, arrangement that looked like torture chamber crossed with church. Force it to face its own reflection. Make it see what it's become. The psychological break can cause physical manifestation of self-destruction. They eat themselves from inside.
How do I trap something that moves faster than I can see? You don't trap the body. You trap the hunger. Dr. Bairstale looked at him with something like pity. You become bait. You let it think it's won. Then you spring the trap when it's too focused on feeding to notice. Daniel looked at the diagram, committing details to memory. I need supplies, specific materials. Can you... I'll help you prepare.
But Ranger Kowalski, if you do this, if you face a Wendigo deliberately, there are only two outcomes. It dies or you do. And even if you win, you'll carry the memory of what you saw forever. The human mind isn't designed to confront hunger made manifest. My daughter's lives versus my sanity. Daniel met her eyes. Not even a choice. They worked through the afternoon, Dr. Bairstale teaching him pronunciation of Ojibwe words that predated Christianity, showing him how to arrange stones in patterns that channeled spiritual energy, explaining the theory behind reflection trapping with the calm detachment of a professor teaching molecular biology. Daniel absorbed everything with the focus that had made him excellent at his job, pushing away terror with professional compartmentalization. By evening, he had everything he needed. Flares arranged in specific geometric patterns, propane tanks positioned for maximum thermal effect, mirrors, actual mirrors, 7 of them, expensive silver-backed glass that Dr. Bairstale swore reflected more than physical form. The location she'd chosen was an old iron mine, abandoned since the 1920s, pit 80 feet deep with sheer walls. Perfect, natural trap. Call your family, Dr. Bairstale said as they finished preparations. Say goodbye properly, just in case. Sarah answered on the first ring. Danny, what's happening? Tom called, said we needed to leave. I've got the girls at my mother's, but they're confused and scared and... Stay there. Daniel cut her off. Stay there until you hear from me personally. If anyone else calls anyone at all, even if it sounds exactly like me, don't believe them. Don't open doors. Don't let the girls near windows. You're terrifying me. Good. Terror is appropriate. Daniel's throat tightened. Sarah, I love you more than breathing. You and Rebecca and Julie and Emma. You're everything that matters. Remember that. Whatever happens next, remember I chose this because losing you would be worse than any alternative. Danny, tell the girls their father loves them. Tell them he's proud of them. Tell them... He stopped, unable to continue. Come home, Sarah whispered. Whatever this is, just come home. I will, or I won't. Either way, you'll be safe. He ended the call before she could respond, before he could lose the resolve that was holding him together by threads. Night fell. Temperature dropped to -18. Daniel waited at the mine's edge, standing in the open where he'd be visible for miles. In his hand, a flare, not lit yet but ready. Around him, the pattern Dr. Bairstale had designed. Stones marked with symbols, mirrors angled to create reflection recursion, propane tanks rigged to his deadman switch. The Wendigo came at 11:47 p.m., stepping out of darkness between one moment and next. It wore Tom's face this time, young and earnest and worried. "Sir, dispatch has been trying to reach you. Your family. There's been an accident." Daniel didn't respond, waited. The Wendigo smiled Tom's smile, and the wrongness was subtle this time, almost convincing. "Your wife, your daughters." The roads were icy. Their car. "Not going to work," Daniel said calmly. "I know what you are." The thing abandoned pretense. Tom's face melted, reformed into something that had never been human. All bone and frozen hunger, antlers crowning a skull that was too long, too angular, mouth opening impossibly wide to show teeth filed to points. "Then you know how this ends." It spoke with Ashley's voice, Tom's voice, his daughter's voices layered in harmony. "You're brave, Ranger Kowalski, brave and foolish. Do you think your little fire trick will save you? I've walked through infernos. Do you think your mirrors frighten me? I've seen my reflection in the eyes of everything I've eaten." "Not trying to frighten you," Daniel said. Lit his flare. Threw it. The chemical fire hit the arranged propane, ignited according to carefully calculated timing. Flames erupted in a circle around both of them. Daniel inside the trap with the creature. No escape route, nowhere to run. The heat was immediate and intense. Air shimmering. Mirrors reflecting flames until the world was nothing but fire and fury. The Wendigo laughed, taking a step forward. Then it saw itself. 7 mirrors, arranged in perfect angles, each one reflecting not the body but the core. The hunger that had consumed Richard Shingob in 1876, that had consumed this creature 3 years ago, that would never be satisfied, never be full, always screaming for more, more, more. The mirrors showed what the Wendigo truly was: void wearing flesh, absence pretending to be presence, hunger that had devoured its own humanity and now gnawed on its own bones in perpetual starvation. The creature stopped, stared at its reflection, made a sound that was almost recognition. "That's me," it whispered in a voice that might have been its own, from before the transformation. Young male, early 20s, Midwestern accent. "That's what oh God, what did I—" It fell to its knees, started clawing at its own chest, tearing through frozen flesh that was more concept than biology. The hunger recognized itself and turned inward, consuming, devouring, the ultimate act of cannibalism, eating your own essence. Daniel watched, unable to look away despite every instinct screaming. The Wendigo was collapsing inward, folding like paper in fire, screaming in frequencies that made reality vibrate. Around them, the flames burned higher, fueled by something beyond propane, fed by the dissolution of a curse that had waited 3 years to break. When it ended, nothing remained but ash and the smell of burnt air. The mirrors shattered simultaneously, 7 cracks of breaking glass that sounded like gunshots. Daniel stood in the center of charred earth, surrounded by dying flames, alive, but not unchanged. He drove back to the Kawashiwi station, filed a report that was masterpiece of creative fiction. Ashley Nguyen found deceased, exposure, body recovered. He wrote it mechanically, professional distance protecting him from what he'd actually witnessed. Tom read it and nodded, accepting the sanitized version because the truth would have destroyed them both. In the station bathroom, Daniel washed his hands 3 times. The water ran clear, but he could still feel something sticky, something that would never quite come clean. Richard Shingobi found him as he was leaving just before dawn. The old Wendigo stood at the tree line, human-shaped in the half-light. "You did it," Shingobi said quietly. Used his own hunger against him. Clever. Cruel. Maybe you understand us more than you think. "Don't," Daniel said flatly. Don't suggest I'm anything like you. You fought a monster. You became bait. You watched it destroy itself and felt satisfaction. Shingobi tilted his head. That's not so different from hunger, Ranger. Just pointed in a different direction. I protected my family. So did I. Once. The old Wendigo turned to leave, then paused. The young one's gone, but I'm still here. Still hungry. Still taking one life per decade to quiet the screaming. You going to hunt me too? Daniel thought about that. Thought about 7, 5, and 3-year-old daughters waiting in Duluth. Thought about Sarah and the life they'd built. Thought about 15 years of bringing lost people home safely. No, he said finally. I'm going to let you keep your terrible compromise. 1 life per decade, quick and painless as you can manage, because the alternative is worse. Thank you, Shingobi whispered, and was gone. Daniel drove home as the sun rose on December 18th. The solstice was 3 days away, but the forest felt different. Lighter, cleaner, like a fever breaking. He called Sarah from the road, heard her cry with relief, heard his daughters chattering in the background about when Daddy would be home to finish the Christmas tree. Soon, he told them. Very soon. But when he got home, Daniel couldn't quite bring himself to enter immediately. He stood in the driveway looking at the house where his family lived and saw overlaid on it the memory of impossible hunger staring through the windows. Saw the marks in frost that spelled his address in GPS coordinates. Saw how fragile everything was, how easily it could be torn apart. Eventually, Sarah came out to him. Didn't say anything, just took his hand and led him inside. They decorated the tree together, all 5 of them, Rebecca arguing with Julie about ornament placement while Emma hung everything at 3-year-old height. Normal. Precious. Saved. That night, after everyone was asleep, Daniel stood watch at his daughter's bedroom door. Stood there until dawn, service weapon in his hand, cedar bark still around his neck, watching for movement that didn't come. He would stand watch many nights after that. The rational part of him knew the threat was ended, the young Wendigo destroyed, Richard Shingobi bound by his terrible honor. But the part of him that had seen hunger given form, that had watched a creature eat itself from inside out, that part would never quite trust the darkness again. In his desk drawer, hidden behind administrative paperwork, Daniel kept Dr. Bairstale's book, kept the diagrams for reflection trapping, kept detailed notes on Wendigo behavior and weaknesses, just in case. Because he'd learned something in the boundary waters that couldn't be unlearned. Some hungers never really die. They just wait. Patient and cold and inevitable as winter. And when they wake again, someone has to be ready. Daniel Kowalski spent 15 years bringing lost people home. After December 2014, he spent his remaining career making sure they never got lost in certain ways again. He marked the old hunting grounds on private maps, closed trails during solstice week, citing routine maintenance, trained younger rangers to recognize signs without telling them what the signs meant. And every December on the anniversary, he drove out to the mine where he'd trapped hunger and made it devour itself. Stood at the edge, smelling burnt air that never quite dissipated, and remembered Ashley Nguyen. Remembered she'd called for him with her last thoughts, believing rangers always brought people home. He'd failed her, learned from that failure, made sure he'd never fail again. The boundary waters kept their secrets. The winter kept its hungry ghosts, and Daniel Kowalski kept watching, because someone had to stand between the wilderness and the people who didn't understand what waited in the spaces between trees. Someone had to remember that some things in the forest were older than maps, deeper than legend, and hungry beyond human comprehension. Someone had to be ready for when they woke again. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Jennifer Nakamura was running before her brain registered why. Her boots pounded frozen earth, breath tearing from her lungs in ragged clouds that crystallized instantly in the October air. Behind her, no, Around her, everywhere. Something moved through the birch and pine with a sound like branches scraping bone. The Garmin GPS unit clipped to her vest bounced against her ribs, its screen showing coordinates that made no sense, numbers cycling backward as if distance itself had inverted. She'd been a ranger for 19 years, knew Superior National Forest the way some people knew prayers. Every fire road, every unmarked trail, every place where the compass needle trembled and refused to settle. But this morning, 40 minutes into what should have been a routine search for Brandon Mitchell, the forest had become unfamiliar. Wrong. The trees stood too close together, their bark stripped in long vertical wounds that wept clear sap. The underbrush crackled with frost despite the weather forecast, promising mild temperatures mid-50s, Indian summer lingering into late fall. Jennifer crashed through a stand of staghorn sumac and stopped, chest heaving. Her radio hissed static. She keyed the mic. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Nakamura. Do you copy?" The static organized itself into something almost like breathing. "Dispatch?" Her voice cracked. She hadn't realized how thirsty she was. When had she last drunk water? The camelback tube hung from her shoulder, but reaching for it seemed impossible, exhausting, as if her arm weighed hundreds of pounds. She forced herself to drink. The water tasted wrong, metallic, heavy, like it had been filtered through old pennies. She spat it out and checked her watch. 8:47 a.m. But the sun hung low and orange through the canopy, casting shadows too long for morning. Evening shadows. 5 years ago, she'd lost her partner in these woods. Not lost. That was the sanitized word she used with the therapists. The incident review board. The nights when sleep wouldn't come. Ryan had vanished. They'd been tracking a hypothermic hiker, found his camp ransacked, gear scattered in a perfect circle around a dead fire. Ryan had knelt to examine drag marks in the pine needles, and Jennifer had turned away for just a moment to mark their GPS position. When she looked back, he was gone. No sounds, no struggle, just gone. They'd searched for 6 weeks, found nothing. No body, no blood, no trace. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead, cause unknown. But Jennifer knew, had always known, in the part of her mind that woke screaming at 3 a.m., that something had taken him. Something old and hungry that lived in the spaces between the mapped trails. She'd transferred out after that. Spent 3 years in the Boundary Waters, then 2 in the Chippewa National Forest. Anywhere that wasn't here. But Brandon Mitchell's disappearance had drawn her back. Not officially, she'd volunteered when she heard the case details. 28-year-old hunting guide, experienced outdoorsman, vanished during a solo scouting trip. His truck found at the 7 Beaver Creek trailhead, keys still in the ignition, driver's door open. Half-eaten sandwich on the dashboard, fresh enough that the bread hadn't hardened. The search coordinator had tried to dissuade her. "Nakamura, you don't need to do this. We've got plenty of personnel." But she did need to. Had to know if this was the same thing that took Ryan. Had to face it, whatever it was, even if facing it meant joining Ryan in whatever cold and lightless place he'd been dragged to. The breathing sound from her radio resolved into words. Not English. Something older, rhythmic and guttural. Consonants that clicked and glottal stops that made her throat ache sympathetically. She recognized it from the cultural awareness training she'd taken years ago. Ojibwe, Anishinaabe-Moan. But the phrasing was wrong, archaic, like hearing Shakespeare performed in the original pronunciation. "Weendigu," the voice whispered. "Weedigu giwash kwebi." Jennifer's hand trembled on the radio. She'd heard that word before. Wendigo, the Algonquian people's name for something unspeakable, a spirit of endless hunger that consumed everything, meat, sanity, humanity itself. She'd dismissed it as folklore during the training, another cautionary tale like dozens in every culture. But the trainer, an elderly Ojibwe woman from the Red Lake Reservation, had fixed her with eyes like black ice and said, "Some stories survive because they're true. The Wendigo is winter made conscious. It teaches that greed consumes the greedy." The temperature dropped. Jennifer could see it happening. watched the moisture in the air crystallize into ice particles that caught the wrong-angled sunlight and glittered like suspended snow. Her breath came out in thick plumes. The water in her camelback froze solid with an audible crack. Through the trees ahead, she saw Brandon Mitchell's camp. The tent was shredded, not cut, not torn by animal claws, shredded from the inside, nylon ribbons hanging from the frame like flesh strips. His sleeping bag lay 20 feet away, also destroyed. Feathers from the downfill coating everything in a fine white powder that looked disturbingly like frost. Or ash. His backpack had been opened and emptied, contents arranged in a spiral pattern around the fire pit. First aid kit, camp stove, food bags, maps, all placed with geometric precision. In the center of the spiral, someone had drawn a symbol in charcoal on a flat rock. Jennifer approached slowly, every nerve screaming at her to run. The symbol looked like a stick figure, but wrong. Limbs too long and angled impossibly, head crowned with branching lines like antlers, or like bare winter trees. Her stomach clenched, not with nausea, with hunger. Sudden and overwhelming, a hollowness that made her knees weak. She'd eaten breakfast 3 hours ago, oatmeal and coffee at the ranger station, but her body insisted she was starving, hadn't eaten in days, would die if she didn't consume something immediately. The food bags in the spiral were intact, 5 days' worth of freeze-dried meals, energy bars, jerky. Her hands moved toward them without conscious decision, fingers fumbling with zipper pulls, tearing open a bag of trail mix. She shoveled it into her mouth, barely chewing, not tasting, finished the bag and reached for another, and another. Within minutes, she'd consumed everything in Brandon's supply, and the hunger hadn't diminished, had intensified. She stared at her own hands, at the veins visible beneath the skin, and thought about what they might taste like. Jennifer bit her tongue hard enough to draw blood. The pain shocked her back into herself. She stumbled away from the campsite, spat the trail mix out in a thick paste. What the hell was happening to her? Brandon's tracks led north from the camp. She could see where he'd walked initially, normal stride, boot prints evenly spaced. Then the prints changed, became deeper, as if he'd gained weight with every step, and the stride lengthened, 5 feet between prints, then 6, then 8. Inhuman distances. The last clear print she could identify showed only the toes, as if he'd been running on the balls of his feet, or as if his feet had been elongating, bones stretching and restructuring. She followed the tracks. Had to. The hunger still gnawed at her, but she could control it now, push it down into a manageable ache. She'd felt this before, she realized. In the months after Ryan's disappearance, she'd experienced episodes of irrational hunger, would wake in the night with her stomach cramping, would eat entire meals and feel nothing. The therapist had called it stress-related disordered eating, prescribed medication that made her thoughts sluggish and distant. She'd stopped taking it after a month, learned to live with the occasional hunger pangs, told herself they were grief taking a physical form. But this was different. This was grief made manifest, made real and hungry and hunting. The tracks led to 7 Beaver Creek, a narrow waterway that should have been running fast with autumn rain. Instead, it was frozen solid, ice thick enough to support her weight. In October, in Minnesota, where the first hard freeze usually didn't come until November, she stepped onto the ice carefully, felt it hold firm. Through the clouded surface, she could see shapes suspended in the frozen water. Fish, maybe, or pieces of driftwood. No, hands. Pale hands pressed against the underside of the ice, fingers splayed, reaching upward. Jennifer ran. Didn't care about following the tracks anymore. Didn't care about procedure or search protocols. She just ran, and the forest ran with her, trees whipping past too quickly, underbrush dissolving into white blur. When she stopped, gasping, she'd traveled miles in seconds. Impossible. The GPS confirmed it, coordinates jumping, altitude readings fluctuating wildly. Brandon Mitchell stood 30 yards ahead. He faced away from her, shoulders hunched, perfectly still. He wore his hunting jacket, the blaze orange bright against the gray trees, but it hung wrong on his frame, stretched tight across a back that seemed too wide, too angular. His head tilted at an odd angle, like he was listening to something she couldn't hear. "Brandon?" Her voice sounded small, thin, eaten by the cold air. He turned. Slowly, joints moving in the wrong sequence, hips first, then spine vertebra by vertebra, finally neck and head. His face was still recognizably human. Almost. The proportions were off, eyes set slightly too far apart, mouth slightly too wide. His lips had split at the corners, dried blood crusting in the cracks. When he smiled, she saw that his teeth had been filed to points. No, not filed. Grown that way, enamel sharpening into predatory needles. "Jennifer." He said her name carefully, like he was remembering how to form words. "You came back. We've been searching for you. Your family's worried. Let me help you." "Help?" He laughed, and the sound was wrong, too high-pitched, layered with harmonics that hurt her ears. "You can't help. No one can. It's already done. I'm done." He took a step toward her. His boot, impossibly, horribly, didn't touch the ground. He floated an inch above the frozen earth, and she could see the space beneath his soul, the way frost crystals formed in the air, drawn to him like he was a walking winter. "You feel it, don't you?" Brandon's head cocked at that wrong angle. "The hunger, it called you here, same as it called him." "Who?" "Your partner. Ryan. He's still here, Jennifer, still hungry. We're all still here, all of us who got too close, who heard the whispers and thought we could resist." He gestured around them, and Jennifer saw them now. Figures standing among the trees, motionless, watching. Dozens of them. Some wore modern clothing, bright synthetic fabrics. Others wore older garments, leather and fur and homespun cloth. A few wore nothing at all, skin blue-white with cold, eyes hollow and black. One of them, near the back, wore a ranger uniform like hers. "Ryan," she whispered. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her. Just stood there with the others, part of the forest, part of the hunger. "It starts with the cold," Brandon said. He drifted closer, still not touching the ground. "Then the hunger, then you start to hear it calling, telling you to let go, to give in, telling you that if you just ate, just consumed, the hunger would stop. But it doesn't stop. It never stops. You eat and eat and eat, and you're still empty, still starving, until there's nothing left but the hunger itself." Jennifer backed away. Her hand found the bear spray on her belt. Useless, probably, but the weight of it was comforting. "You can fight it. Whatever this is, you can resist. Can you?" He gestured at her, and she looked down at her hands. The skin had gone pale, veins standing out in dark relief. Her fingernails had grown longer, harder. When she flexed her fingers, she felt something in her jaw shift, pop, realign. "No." She drew the bear spray. "No, I'm not. I won't." "You will. You already are. Been changing since you came back to these woods. Every time you felt that hunger, every time you ignored it and told yourself it was stress, it was getting stronger. Making room. The Wendigo doesn't possess you, Jennifer. It reveals you. Shows what you've always been underneath." He moved fast, impossibly fast. One moment he was 30 yards away. The next he was on her, one hand closed around her throat, lifting her off the ground. His fingers were ice-cold and skeletal, too long, joints bending in too many places. His breath smelled like old meat and pine needles. "I'll eat you," he whispered against her ear. "Or you'll eat me. Either way, we'll be together, all of us. Forever hungry, forever winter." Jennifer triggered the bear spray directly into his face. He dropped her, shrieking, stumbling backward. The spray should have been debilitating, should have left him blind and choking. Instead, it just made him angry. He wiped at his eyes with hands that were more claw than human now, and when he looked at her again, his pupils had split vertically, reptilian. She ran. Again, crashing through the forest, following instinct rather than direction. Behind her, Brandon's shrieks echoed, joined by others. The standing figures had begun to move, shambling through the trees with that same floating gait, drawn by the disturbance, or by the scent of her fear. The hunger consumed her. She stumbled, fell, crawled forward on hands and knees because standing required too much energy she didn't have, would never have unless she ate something, anything. She grabbed snow from the ground and shoved it in her mouth. It tasted like copper and ash. She needed meat. Needed it with a desperation that made her sob. Through the trees ahead, she saw a structure. The old Beaver Lake Fire Tower, abandoned since the 80s, barely standing. She'd played in it as a kid. During the summer, her family had camped at the nearby recreational area. The ladder would be rusted, dangerous. But it was shelter. Height. A defensive position. She climbed. The metal rungs were ice cold, frost slicked. Her hands slipped repeatedly and twice she nearly fell, catching herself at the last moment with strength she shouldn't have had. The hunger gave her strength. The transformation gave her power. No. She was Jennifer Nakamura, 42 years old, ranger, human. She would not give in. The tower's observation platform was open to the wind, the roof long since collapsed. She crawled into the center, pulled her knees to her chest. From this height she could see them coming. Brandon in the lead, the others following, all of them moving with that terrible floating gait. Ryan was among them. She could see his face now, recognized the features she'd loved even though they were stretched and wrong. He looked up at her, and for just a moment, something flickered in his black eyes. Recognition, warning. Then it was gone, and he was just another hungry thing. Jennifer's radio crackled. Real voice this time, the dispatcher from the ranger station. Nakamura, please respond. Search party reports finding your GPS unit at 7 Beaver Creek. Unit appears to have been damaged. What's your status? She grabbed for the radio, keyed the mic. This is Nakamura. Do not send anyone else into the forest. Whatever took Brandon Mitchell is still active. She paused, aware of how insane the truth would sound. It's predatory, aggressive. I need immediate extraction. Copy that, Ranger. Chopper's en route. ETA 45 minutes. Can you make it to a clearing for pickup? 45 minutes. The things below had reached the tower's base. She could hear them climbing, metal groaning under their weight. Negative on the clearing. They're here. They? How many subjects are we talking about? Jennifer looked down. The figures climbed methodically, hand over hand, eyes fixed on her with that bottomless hunger. All of them. Every missing person from the last 50 years. They're all here. Silence on the other end. Then, Ranger Nakamura, have you sustained a head injury? You're not making sense. I'm making perfect sense. She was crying now, though she wasn't sure when the tears had started. I'm just telling you something you don't want to hear. There's something in these woods. Something old. Indigenous peoples knew about it. Called it Wendigo. We should have listened. More silence. Then the dispatcher's voice, careful and professional. Just hold tight, Ranger. Help's coming. Stay calm. The first figure pulled itself onto the platform. Not Brandon. One of the older ones, wearing buckskin leggings and a trade blanket that had long since rotted to strips. Its face was leather dry, lips pulled back in a permanent snarl, exposing teeth filed to points. It reached for her with hands that had too many fingers, nails like black claws. Jennifer kicked it in the face. Her boot connected with a sound like breaking ice, and the thing toppled backward off the platform, shrieking. The sound it made wasn't pain. It was excitement. Joy. The hunger enjoyed the struggle. More climbed up. She fought them all, using her ranger training, using every ounce of strength. But there were too many, and she was so tired. And the hunger was so strong now that her vision had started to gray at the edges, her jaw aching with the need to bite, to tear, to consume. Brandon pulled himself onto the platform last. He looked more human now, or perhaps Jennifer's perception had shifted enough that his transformation seemed normal, natural. He crouched across from her, head tilted in that bird-like way. You can't win, he said. The hunger always wins. It won in 1893 when the logging camp went mad. It won in 1924 when the CCC boys disappeared. It won in 1957, 1972, 1989, 2003. It won when it took Ryan. And it's winning now. Why? Jennifer's voice was hoarse. Why any of this? What does it want? Want? Brandon laughed. It doesn't want anything, it just is. Like winter, like hunger, like death. You can't negotiate with winter. You can only survive it or succumb to it. I choose survival. Do you? He gestured at her hands. She looked down and saw that her fingernails had blackened and hardened, curving into claws. Her skin had gone gray-white, the color of a corpse 3 days dead. When she opened her mouth to scream, she felt her teeth sharp and wrong against her tongue. The helicopter's rotors echoed across the forest, distant but approaching. Brandon's head snapped up, tracking the sound. They're coming for you, he said. But what will they find? Jennifer Nakamura, Ranger? Or something else? Something hungry? Jennifer didn't answer. Couldn't. The hunger had grown too large for words. She stared at Brandon, at his exposed throat, at the other figures crowding the platform, and all she could think about was how they would taste. What it would feel like to sink her teeth into yielding flesh, to finally satisfy this endless aching void inside her. The helicopter came closer. She could see it now, a bright spot against the gray sky. The figures around her began to retreat, sliding down the ladder, disappearing into the forest. They knew. Whatever had consumed them couldn't tolerate too much scrutiny, too much modern intrusion. It belonged to the old places, the forgotten spaces between the maps. Brandon was the last to leave. He paused at the ladder's edge, looked back at her. "See you soon," he said. Not a threat. A promise. Then he was gone, and she was alone on the platform with her hunger and her horror and the sound of salvation approaching. The helicopter circled once, twice, found a space between the trees to hover. The rescue basket descended on a cable, spinning slowly. Jennifer crawled toward it, every movement agony. Her body wanted to run, to chase the fleeing figures, to hunt. But her mind, what was left of her mind, held control. Barely. She climbed into the basket, signaled for extraction. The cable reeled her upward, and as the forest fell away beneath her, she saw them clearly for the first time. Hundreds of figures, standing among the trees, watching her rise. An army of the transformed. All those who'd heard the whispers and given in. All those who'd felt the hunger and stopped fighting. Ryan stood at the edge of the clearing, face upturned. For just a moment their eyes met, and in his expression, she saw not hunger, but relief, gratitude. He was glad she'd escaped, glad that at least one of them had gotten away. Or had she? The EMT in the helicopter wrapped a thermal blanket around her shoulders, started checking her vitals. "Jesus, you're hypothermic. How long were you exposed?" Jennifer didn't answer. She stared at her hands where they gripped the blanket. The nails were normal again. The skin was pink with cold, but undeniably human. When she touched her teeth with her tongue, they felt normal too. Had she imagined it all? Was the transformation real or just hypothermia-induced hallucination? The EMT would say hallucination. The incident report would note exposure, possible head trauma, stress from previous traumatic experience. They would find Brandon Mitchell's camp, maybe his body if the cold hadn't completely preserved it, and they would conclude that he'd succumbed to the elements. Tragic, preventable, natural causes. But Jennifer knew better. She'd seen what she'd seen, felt what she'd felt. The hunger was still there, muted now but present. A constant ache in her belly that regular food would never satisfy. She'd brought something back with her from the forest, or perhaps she'd always carried it and the forest had simply revealed it. At the hospital in Duluth, they kept her for 3 days, monitored for frostbite, which she didn't have, checked for neurological damage from hypothermia, which they didn't find. A psychiatrist asked gentle questions about her mental state, about whether she'd experienced any unusual thoughts or perceptions. She lied, said no, said she'd gotten turned around in the forest, lost her GPS, panicked. The psychiatrist nodded, made notes, prescribed anti-anxiety medication she had no intention of taking. They released her on the 4th day. She drove back to the ranger station to submit her official report and collect her belongings. The forest stood beyond the parking lot, dark green and silent under an overcast sky. Watching. Waiting. Inside, the search coordinator greeted her with carefully neutral professionalism. "Glad you're okay, Nakamura. We found Brandon Mitchell." Jennifer's heart clenched. "Found him?" "Dead. Exposure and hypothermia. Looks like he got disoriented, wandered in circles for a couple days. By the time he stopped moving, he'd covered almost 50 miles. The coordinator paused. "Weird thing, though. The autopsy showed his stomach was completely empty. No food in his digestive system at all. But the camp was full of supplies. It's like he just stopped eating. Or started eating something else," Jennifer thought but didn't say. "We're ruling it death by misadventure," the coordinator continued. "Natural causes, but I wanted to ask. In your statement, you mentioned seeing other people in the forest. Search party combed the entire area. Found nothing. No tracks, no evidence of anyone else." "I was disoriented," Jennifer said. "Hypoxia. I must have been seeing things." The coordinator studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "Yeah, must have been." That night, Jennifer sat in her apartment 70 miles away and stared at the refrigerator. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, should have been starving. But the thought of food, normal food, human food, made her vaguely nauseous. What she wanted, what her body craved, couldn't be satisfied by anything she'd find in her kitchen. She grabbed her keys and drove, not consciously choosing a direction, just driving, following some instinct deeper than thought. When she stopped, she was parked at a highway rest area, the kind frequented by long-haul truckers. A lone figure stood near the tree line, smoking a cigarette, not watching the road. Jennifer got out of her car, walked toward the figure, drew close enough to see his face tired and lined, the face of someone far from home and deeply lonely. "You got the time?" he asked. She did. She had all the time in the world now. All the hunger, all the winter. Jennifer smiled, and in the reflection of the rest area's fluorescent lights, her teeth looked very sharp. "I do," she said. "Let me show you something. In the trees. It's beautiful." He followed her. Of course he did. They always followed. The hunger made sure of that. And in the forest beyond the rest area, in the space between the highway and the unmapped wilderness, Jennifer Nakamura fed. The transformation completed itself while she ate, and when she finished, she felt satisfied for the first time in 5 years. The ache was gone. The hollowness was filled. For now. She left the rest area and drove north, back toward Superior National Forest. Back toward the place where the boundaries were thin and the Wendigo walked. Back to join Ryan and Brandon and all the others who'd heard the whisper of endless winter and answered its call. The hunger was patient. It could wait centuries between feedings if necessary, and Jennifer had so much time now, so much cold, empty time to fill. In the forest, the figures stood among the trees and welcomed her home. Ryan stepped forward, his transformed face almost peaceful, and took her hand. Together they walked deeper into the woods, deeper into the hunger, until the darkness swallowed them completely, and they became just another story the Ojibwe elders told their children. Another warning that went unheeded. The Wendigo is winter made conscious. It teaches that greed consumes the greedy. And in Superior National Forest, the lesson continued, year after year, hunger after hunger, forever and ever and ever. The forest waited. It was very patient, and it was always, always hungry. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Thomas O'Brien found the tent first, perfectly intact, zipped from the inside with 3 feet of fresh snow covering footprints that led away and never came back. He crouched beside it, his breath forming clouds in the February air that hung motionless between the pines. The Motorola radio on his belt crackled with static, but he ignored it. His gloved hand traced the zipper's path, noting how the metal teeth locked together without force, without struggle. Inside, through the frost-opaque nylon, he could make out the dark shapes of a sleeping bag, a backpack, supplies still arranged in careful order. Brandon Mitchell had been missing for 72 hours. His parents had filed the report on Monday morning when he'd failed to call from the Sawbill Trail checkpoint. Tuesday brought search dogs that lost the scent at Kelso Lake. Wednesday saw 2 helicopters grounded by weather that the meteorologists couldn't explain. Clear skies to the south and east, but here in this specific corridor of the boundary waters, snow fell in sheets that turned the forest into a wall of white static. Thomas stood, his knees protesting the cold, and pulled out his Garmin GPS. The device's screen flickered, then steadied, showing his position at 47.9634 IDGN, 90.8471 degree W, roughly 4 miles northwest of the Sawbill Landing. He'd been a ranger in Superior National Forest for 11 years, 8 of them in this specific district. He knew these woods the way other men knew the streets of their neighborhoods. He knew where the granite shelves broke the surface of frozen lakes, where the jack pine gave way to spruce, where the trails bent around beaver dams and forgotten logging roads. He did not know what could make footprints that led in only one direction. The tracks emerged from the tent's entrance, clear and deep in yesterday's snowfall. Size 11 boots, consistent with Mitchell's gear list. They moved east, then northeast, maintaining an unnaturally straight line through terrain that should have forced deviation. Thomas followed them for 20 yards before they simply stopped, mid-stride, in a clearing where no branches overhead could have hidden their continuation, where the snow lay undisturbed in a perfect circle 30 feet across. Thomas documented everything with his digital camera, a Canon PowerShot that his wife had given him for their anniversary. The flash turned the twilight forest into a series of stark contrasts, black trees, white snow, and something else in the photographs that his eyes hadn't registered while standing there. Shadows that fell at wrong angles, a darkness between the pines that seemed to absorb the flash rather than reflect it. He radioed dispatch at 4:47 p.m. Sarah's voice came through clear despite the atmospheric interference. Any sign? Found his camp, intact. No signs of struggle. He paused, choosing his words with the precision that had made him valuable in search and rescue operations. Tracks lead away but don't lead back. I'm going to do a radius search before dark. Tom, Weather Service says another storm's coming in tonight. Might want to consider pulling back. He looked at the sky through the pine canopy. Clear. Stars already visible in the darkening blue. Copy that. I'll do one more sweep. What he didn't tell her was that he'd found something else. In the tent, beneath Mitchell's sleeping bag, someone had carved symbols into the frozen ground. Not scratched, carved with enough force to penetrate 3 inches into earth that should have been iron hard. The symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern that Thomas recognized from somewhere, though he couldn't place where. Curved lines intersecting at precise angles, forming shapes that suggested meaning without revealing it. He took photographs of those too, though his hands had started shaking, and he told himself it was just the cold. The temperature was dropping fast. His thermometer read -18 Fahrenheit, which was cold but not unprecedented for February in northern Minnesota. What was unprecedented was the way the cold seemed to move, to pulse, as if it had intention behind it. Thomas had spent winters in these woods, had felt his face go numb and his fingers lose sensation despite the best gloves money could buy. This was different. This cold found the gaps in his clothing, sought out the vulnerable places at his wrists and neck, pressed against his chest like something searching for warmth to consume. He moved in a widening spiral from the tent, checking for any sign of where Mitchell might have gone. The forest was silent. No birds, no wind, no sound except his boots breaking through the snow's crust and his breathing, which seemed too loud, too pronounced, as if the trees were leaning in to listen. At 50 yards out, He found the first deer carcass. It had been torn apart, not with the efficiency of wolves or the methodical work of scavengers, but with a violence that suggested rage. Ribs exposed and cracked open, organs missing, the meat stripped away with such thoroughness that the bones gleamed white in the failing light. The snow around it was churned into a pink slush, frozen now, preserving the chaos of the kill. Thomas had seen wolf kills. He'd seen bears fresh from hibernation, desperate and savage. This was neither. The tooth marks in the bones were wrong. Too large, too deep, the spacing suggesting a jaw that couldn't exist in any predator he knew. And the deer had been feeding when it died. Pine needles still clung to its muzzle. It had dropped mid-bite, whatever killed it moving too fast for even the instant of flight. He found 2 more carcasses before full dark, arranged in a rough line pointing northeast. Always northeast. Always in that same impossible direction that the footprints had suggested. The second deer was 3 days dead, frozen solid. The third was fresh enough that steam still rose from the exposed muscle tissue. Thomas keyed his radio. "Sarah, I'm finding game kills. Multiple. Recent. Wolves. Negative. Something else." Silence on the other end, long enough that he checked the radio to make sure it was still transmitting. Then, "Tom, the Forest Service database shows 4 missing persons in this area over the last 20 years, all in winter, all in February specifically. 3 were never found." He felt something shift in his chest, a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. Why wasn't this in the briefing? Because they were classified as separate incidents, different years, different circumstances. But I'm looking at the map now, and Tom, they all disappeared within a 3-mile radius of your current position. The radio's battery indicator flickered, full charge when he'd left the truck 6 hours ago. Now it showed 2 bars. "I'm coming back," he said. "Weather's getting worse." It wasn't. The sky remained clear, sharp with stars that seemed to burn with unusual intensity. But he needed an excuse. Needed some rational explanation for the feeling that had been building since he'd found those symbols carved into the frozen ground. The feeling that something was watching him. That it had been watching him for hours. That it was patient enough to wait until he understood exactly how far from help he really was. The walk back to the tent took longer than it should have. Thomas kept his bearing with the GPS, but the forest seemed to rearrange itself between glances at the screen. Trees he didn't remember passing appeared in his path. The trail he'd broken through the snow filled in behind him, as if the forest was erasing evidence of his passage. Twice he found himself walking in circles, returning to the same windfall pine that lay across what should have been his route. When he finally reached the tent, night had fallen completely, and his headlamp's beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet into the darkness that pressed in from all sides. He'd brought emergency supplies, a bivouac sack, chemical heat packs, enough food and water for 2 days if he rationed carefully. The logical choice was to shelter here, wait for dawn when visibility and temperature would improve. The helicopter could extract him if the weather held. But logic, Thomas was beginning to understand, had limits in these woods. He heard the sound at 11:23 p.m. according to his watch. A voice, distant but clear, calling his name. Not Thomas. Tom. The way his wife said it, with that particular inflection that came from 8 years of marriage. He was on his feet before conscious thought, his hand reaching for the radio, for some connection to the world beyond this circle of trees. The radio was dead. Full battery failure despite the cold weather lithium cells that should have functioned down to -40. The voice called again, closer now from the northeast. Always northeast. "Tom, I'm hurt. I need help." It was Brandon Mitchell's voice. Thomas knew because he'd listened to the voicemail Mitchell's mother had played during the initial briefing. The last message her son had left before entering the boundary waters. The same timbre, the same slight hesitation before certain words that suggested a man choosing his phrases carefully. Thomas's hand found his service pistol, a Glock 22 that he'd carried for 11 years and fired exactly 3 times outside of training, twice to put down injured deer, once as a warning shot during a confrontation with a disturbed hiker. The weight of it felt inadequate now, a talisman that might work in the world of cause and effect, but held no power here. "Brandon?" His voice cracked on the name. "Where are you?" "Northeast, follow my voice, hurry." Every protocol, every hour of training, every instinct developed through years in these woods told him not to move. Wait for dawn, wait for backup, wait for the rational world to reassert itself. But there was something in that voice, an edge of genuine pain beneath the words, and Thomas had devoted his career to helping people who were hurt and lost and alone in the wilderness. He moved northeast, following the voice that always stayed the same distance ahead, that never grew closer despite his pace increasing from a walk to a jog to something approaching flight through the trees. His headlamp beam swung wild, catching glimpses of movement at the edge of vision, shapes that might have been branches stirring in a wind he couldn't feel, or might have been something else, something that matched his speed and kept pace just beyond the reach of light. The voice stopped calling his name. Instead, it began speaking in a language he didn't understand, syllables that seemed to bypass his ears and resonate directly in his chest. Words that felt ancient, that carried meaning in their sound rather than their definition. He knew with a certainty that transcended logic that he was hearing Anishinaabe, the language of the Ojibwe people who had lived in these forests for thousands of years before the first European surveyors arrived. He'd studied the local tribes during his training, had learned the basics of their history and customs. He knew they had stories about the boundary waters, warnings passed down through generations about certain places where the forest grew too quiet, where the game disappeared, where people who ventured in during the hungry months sometimes came back changed, if they came back at all. The Ojibwe called it Wendigo. The Cree said Wendigo. A dozen different spellings for the same essential horror, a spirit of insatiable hunger born from cannibalism and winter starvation, a thing that had once been human, but had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. It consumed everything: food, warmth, hope, sanity, until nothing remained but appetite without end. Thomas had filed such stories under folklore, interesting cultural artifacts that had no place in his practical understanding of forest management and search and rescue operations. Now standing in a forest that shouldn't be this silent, listening to words spoken in a dead man's voice, he felt the neat categories of his rational mind beginning to fracture. He stopped running. His breath came in gasps that immediately froze on his beard. The temperature had dropped further, -25 according to his thermometer, but it felt colder, felt like the cold that comes from absolute emptiness, from voids between stars where nothing has ever lived or ever will. The voice had stopped. The forest remained silent. And Thomas realized with a clarity that felt like ice water in his veins that he was completely lost. His GPS showed his position as 47.989 Westgran, 90.8634 degree bow, but the numbers meant nothing now. Every direction looked the same, every tree identical, the snow reflecting his headlamp's beam back at him until he stood in a sphere of white that could have been 10 feet across or infinite in extent. He heard breathing, not his own. That came quick and shallow, panic starting to override training. This breathing was slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere behind him. The sound of something that had all the time in the world, that had been here long before Thomas O'Brien was born and would remain long after he was gone. Thomas turned. The thing stood at the edge of his headlamp's reach, at the precise boundary where light surrendered to darkness. Tall, impossibly tall, at least 8 feet if he had to guess, but proportioned wrong, as if its limbs had been stretched by some force that didn't care about the limits of bone and sinew. Its skin, what he could see of it, was the gray-white of frostbite, pulled tight over a frame that suggested starvation taken to its logical extreme. Ribs visible through translucent flesh, joints swollen and prominent, hands that ended in fingers too long, nails black and curved like talons. But it was the face that broke something fundamental in Thomas's understanding of the world. It wore Brandon Mitchell's features like a mask that didn't quite fit, the skin sagging in places, stretched tight in others. The eyes were all wrong, too large, too dark, reflecting the headlamp's beam with a green luminescence that belonged to animals, to predators adapted for night hunting. The mouth hung open, revealing teeth that had been filed or broken into points, and from that mouth came Mitchell's voice, perfect in every detail. "Tom, I'm so hungry." Thomas raised his pistol with hands that had forgotten how to be steady. His finger found the trigger. 9 years of quarterly qualification training of muscle memory developed through repetition until the action became automatic. Center mass, smooth squeeze, follow through. The first shot should have hit directly in the chest. Instead, the creature moved with a speed that made Thomas's perception stutter, as if frames had been cut from film. One instant standing still, the next displaced 3 feet to the left, the gunshot's echo swallowed by the snow and trees before it could properly form. Thomas fired again, and again. The thing dodged each shot with that same impossible speed, circling him now, moving from tree to tree with a fluid grace that had nothing to do with how bodies should move. It was playing with him, testing him, savoring the flavor of his fear the way a connoisseur might evaluate wine. The pistol's slide locked back. Empty. He'd brought 2 spare magazines, 15 rounds each, 45 shots to stop one target, standard protocol for any ranger working alone in territory where bears were a possibility. He reached for the first magazine and discovered that his hands were shaking too badly to perform the reload. The magazine slipped from his fingers, disappeared into the snow at his feet. The second magazine fell before he could even draw it from its pouch. The thing that wore Brandon Mitchell's face tilted its head, regarding him with what might have been curiosity, or might have been hunger. Thomas couldn't tell anymore, couldn't parse expressions on features that shifted between human and other with each movement. It spoke again, but this time the voice wasn't Mitchell's. It was older, layered, as if multiple throats were forming the words simultaneously. "You're wondering if it's real, if I'm real, if the stories your rational mind dismissed as superstition might contain truth." It took a step closer, and Thomas could smell it now. Decay and winter, and something underneath that reminded him of his grandmother's freezer, the particular scent of meat stored too long. Your friend understood at the end. He called for help like you're calling now. No one came. "What are you?" Thomas heard himself ask, and hated the way his voice broke on the question. "Hungry. Always hungry." This form, it gestured at the body it inhabited, at flesh that was falling away in strips now, revealing something darker and more fundamental underneath, is borrowed, temporary. What I am has no shape, no form you could comprehend. I'm the cold that enters through cracks, the hunger that grows instead of fading, the voice that sounds like safety, but leads into darkness. Thomas's headlamp flickered. The battery indicator had been full. Another impossibility to add to the growing list. The symbols, he said, buying time, though time had run out the moment he'd stepped into these woods. In the tent, Mitchell carved them. No. The thing smiled with too many teeth. That was me. Invitation. Warning. Both. Your kind doesn't understand the old laws, the agreements made when these forests were young. But you violate them anyway, with your trails and your towers, and your belief that nature can be managed like a garden. It moved closer. Close enough now that Thomas could see the frost forming on its skin, could see how the flesh pulsed with an inner cold that was spreading, that was turning the air itself into something crystalline and sharp. His headlamp died completely. Darkness rushed in. But somehow, impossibly, he could still see. The thing glowed with its own light, a pale luminescence that came from inside, from whatever animated this stolen body. Behind it, between the trees, Thomas could see others, dozens of them, hundreds, an entire congregation of the lost, standing silent and patient in the dark, waiting their turn at the feast. "I don't believe in you," Thomas said, and knew it was a lie even as the words left his mouth. Belief, he was learning, had nothing to do with truth. The thing existed regardless of his acceptance. The universe contained horrors that didn't require validation to manifest. "No," it agreed, "but you fear me. And fear is just another kind of belief, the most honest kind." It moved forward, and Thomas felt his body's response bypass his conscious mind entirely. Fight or flight reduced to their most basic components. He ran. The forest dissolved into a blur of trees and snow and darkness, punctuated by that pale glow that followed, no matter which direction he turned. His lungs burned with the cold. His legs stopped obeying the commands his brain sent. He fell, rose, fell again. Behind him, always behind him, he could hear the thing following at a leisurely pace, as if the pursuit itself was part of the meal, a necessary preparation that enhanced the final consumption. Thomas's hand found something in the snow, a branch, thick and solid, the kind of improvised weapon that meant nothing against bullets but might, just might, work against something that existed outside conventional physics. He turned, swinging with all the strength remaining in arms that felt like frozen lumber. The branch passed through the creature as if it were mist. It laughed, a sound like ice cracking on a deep lake, and reached for him with hands that were no longer hands but something else. Something that had evolved in darkness to tear and rend and consume with maximum efficiency. Thomas felt fingers, claws, whatever they were, close around his throat. The cold that came with their touch went beyond physical sensation. It was the cold of absolute zero, the temperature where molecular motion ceases and entropy reaches its final state. His thoughts began to slow, to crystallize, each one forming and shattering like frost patterns on glass. He saw his life reduced to data points, to decisions that had led him to this moment in this forest, with this thing's breath on his face. Saw his wife's face as he'd kissed her goodbye that morning, the way she'd held onto his hand a moment too long, as if some unconscious part of her had known. Saw the reports he'd filed, the cases he'd closed, the people he'd helped. All of it meaningless now. All of it leading to this ending in the snow. The thing opened its mouth wider, dislocating its jaw like a snake preparing to swallow something too large. Inside that mouth, Thomas could see nothing. Not darkness. Nothing. An absence so complete that looking at it made his eyes hurt, made his brain rebel against the impossibility of true void existing in a universe that abhorred vacuum. Sleep, it whispered, with a tenderness that was somehow worse than any threat. Let go. Fighting only makes the hunger last longer. Something in Thomas shattered. Not his mind. That would have been too simple, too clean. What broke was deeper, the fundamental assumption that had underlain his entire existence, that the world made sense, that cause led to effect, that understanding was possible through observation and logic and the scientific method. He stopped struggling, stopped trying to rationalize or categorize or explain. And in that surrender, something unexpected happened. The symbols he'd seen carved into the frozen ground returned to his memory, but now they made sense. Not rationally. He still couldn't have explained their meaning in words, but he understood them the way one understands music, or the grammar of dreams, through some faculty that existed before language, before conscious thought. They were a map, a warning, and a key. With fingers gone numb from cold and terror, Thomas drew the first symbol in the snow beside his body. The creature recoiled as if struck, its grip loosening enough for air to return to his lungs. He drew the second symbol, then the third, his hand moving with certainty that came from somewhere beyond his training, beyond his education, from some inherited memory that every human carried whether they acknowledged it or not. The symbols formed a pattern, and the pattern formed a circle, and the circle became a barrier that pushed back against the darkness with a light that had nothing to do with headlamps or flashlights. This light came from the same source as the thing's glow, from the same fundamental place where the possible and impossible met and merged. The creature screamed, not with Mitchell's voice now, but with something older, something that had been screaming since the first winter. Humans huddled around fires and told stories about the things that waited in the cold. It retreated, not with its impossible speed, but slowly, reluctantly, as if fighting against a force that pulled it back into the forest's depths. "This doesn't end," it said, its voice fading. "The hunger never ends. We'll be here when your kind is gone. We've always been here." Thomas lay in the circle of symbols, breathing in gasps that felt like they would tear his lungs apart. The luminescence faded. Darkness returned, natural darkness this time, the simple absence of light rather than the presence of something worse. His headlamp flickered back to life, its beam weak but functional. He checked his GPS. The screen showed his position clearly now. 47.9634 degrees, 90.8471 degree. He'd traveled in a perfect circle, ending exactly where he'd started, at Brandon Mitchell's tent. Dawn came slowly to the boundary waters, bleeding red light through the pines. Thomas waited for it, not daring to move from his protective circle, not daring to believe that the night was truly over. When full daylight finally arrived, when he could see steam rising from his breath in the morning cold, he stood on legs that barely supported his weight. The tent was gone, not collapsed or torn down, but gone completely, as if it had never existed. The symbols he'd drawn remained, burned into the snow an inch deep, their edges perfect despite the wind that should have blurred them. His radio crackled to life. Sarah's voice, distorted but recognizable. "Tom? Jesus Christ, we've been trying to reach you all night. What's your status?" He looked at the radio in his hand, then at the forest around him, at the trees that stood innocent in the morning light. He opened his mouth to answer and discovered he didn't know what to say. How could he explain what he'd experienced? Who would believe him? "I'm okay," he said finally. "I'm coming out." "Did you find Mitchell?" Thomas thought about the thing that had worn Brandon Mitchell's face, about the congregation of stolen bodies standing silent between the trees. He thought about the symbols and what they meant, about knowledge that couldn't be unlearned and doors that once opened could never be fully closed. "No," he said. "He's gone." The walk back to the Sawbill landing took 3 hours. The forest remained quiet, but it was a natural quiet now, the simple stillness of winter rather than the oppressive silence of the night before. Birds called from the branches. His boots broke through the snow crust with satisfying crunches. The GPS maintained signal without flickering, but Thomas knew, with a certainty that lived in his bones now, that something had changed. The forest watched him differently. The shadows between the trees suggested depths they hadn't held before, and sometimes, just at the edge of hearing, he caught whispers in a language he couldn't understand, but somehow recognized. He submitted his report to the Forest Service 3 days later, after spending 72 hours in a hotel room trying to reconcile what he'd experienced with the requirements of official documentation. Missing person, presumed dead, cause unknown. Equipment failure due to extreme cold, no sign of foul play. The report was accurate in every way that mattered for bureaucratic purposes and false in every way that mattered for truth. They found Brandon Mitchell's body 6 weeks later, when the spring thaw exposed what winter had hidden. The autopsy report noted severe tissue damage consistent with prolonged exposure and animal predation, which was technically accurate and completely insufficient. Thomas attended the funeral but left before the burial, unable to stand beside a closed casket and pretend he didn't know what had really happened in those woods. He resigned from the Forest Service in April. His wife didn't ask questions, though he knew she saw the change in him, the way he flinched at shadows and kept the lights on at night. He took a job as a safety inspector for a construction company in Duluth, work that kept him in the city, surrounded by concrete and steel and the comfortable illusions of civilization. But sometimes, on winter nights when the temperature dropped below zero and the wind howled through the streets, Thomas would stand at his window and look north toward the boundary waters, and he would wonder about the others, the missing people from previous years, about what they'd seen in their final hours, and whether any of them had been offered the choice he'd been given, to draw the symbols and survive, or to succumb and feed the hunger that waited in the cold. He'd survived. That was supposed to mean something, supposed to provide closure or understanding, or at least the satisfaction of a mystery solved. Instead, survival had taught him the most terrifying lesson of all, that the world contained spaces where human logic broke down, where the old laws still applied, where things that should not exist did exist and would continue existing long after humanity's last breath. The symbols he'd learned through careful research in libraries and uncomfortable conversations with people who spoke in whispers about old knowledge were Ojibwe protective signs, ward marks that predated European contact. They didn't kill the Wendigo. Nothing could kill something that was already dead in every meaningful sense. But they could hold it at bay, could create boundaries that even hunger incarnate couldn't cross. The elders Thomas spoke with didn't seem surprised when he told his story, edited and sanitized though it was. They'd heard similar tales before. They warned him that drawing the symbols came with a price, that by acknowledging the old powers, by using the old protections, he'd made himself visible to things that most people never had to face. The forest remembers, one elder told him, an old woman, whose name he was asked not to share. It remembers those who see truly, and it calls to them, in dreams and in waking, until they answer or die. Thomas didn't tell her that he'd been dreaming of the boundary waters every night since his return. Didn't mention how, in those dreams, he walked familiar trails that led to unfamiliar places, or how he sometimes woke with snow in his bed despite living in a climate-controlled apartment on the 5th floor. Didn't admit that part of him, a growing part, wanted to answer the call. To return to those woods and face what waited there with open eyes rather than the blind denial that protected most people from truths they couldn't accept. Because he'd learned something else during that night in the snow. The Wendigo, the hunger that walks, was symptom rather than disease. It was what happened when certain lines got crossed, when the space between human and animal, between living and dead, between appetite and being became too blurred to maintain. And those lines, Thomas was beginning to understand, were thinner than civilization wanted to admit, more fragile than society could afford to acknowledge. On February 14th, 1 year exactly after his encounter in the boundary waters, Thomas received a package at his apartment. No return address. Inside, wrapped in brown paper, was a map of Superior National Forest with a single location marked in red ink. Coordinates that corresponded to a section of wilderness he'd never visited, roughly 30 miles northwest of where Brandon Mitchell had disappeared. With the map was a note handwritten in what looked like charcoal on birch bark. Another one is missing. They're calling your name. Thomas sat at his kitchen table, the map spread before him, the note's words burning themselves into his consciousness. He thought about his wife sleeping in the next room, thought about the comfortable life he'd built, the illusion of normalcy he'd worked so hard to maintain, thought about the symbols he'd drawn and the door he'd opened. Outside, snow began to fall, unusual for the Twin Cities in late February. Through his 5th floor window, Thomas could see it accumulating on the street below, covering the cars and sidewalks in a white shroud that made the city look almost peaceful, almost like wilderness. He folded the map and placed it in his jacket pocket, made a pot of coffee that he didn't drink, watched the eastern sky begin to pale with the promise of dawn. And when morning came, when his wife emerged from the bedroom with questions in her eyes that he couldn't answer, Thomas O'Brien did what he'd known, since the moment he'd opened that package, that he would do. He went back to the woods. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Robert Fitzgerald found the canoe on the 3rd day, overturned in shallow water with claw marks that ran too deep and too deliberate to be anything natural. The aluminum hull caught afternoon light filtering through white pines, and for a moment he thought it might be a trick of shadow, the way branches sometimes scored metal during a portage, or how rocks could gouge unexpected patterns. But when he waded into the shallows of Knife Lake, his Danner boots sinking into silt that felt too cold for August, he ran his fingers along the grooves and knew immediately that nothing in these woods should leave marks like these. 4 parallel furrows, each nearly an inch deep, had torn through the canoe's starboard side from stem to stern. The metal had curled inward as if something had dragged claws through it the way his ex-wife used to run a fork through mashed potatoes. Absent, methodical, thoughtless. The spacing was wrong for bear, too wide for wolf, and whatever had done this had possessed strength enough to flip a 17-foot Grumman like it weighed nothing at all. Robert straightened, lake water streaming from his sleeves, and checked his Garmin E-Trex Legend. The coordinates matched the last known position from Madison Garcia's spot beacon, 48.0847 Degan, 91.21, 56°W, roughly 9 miles northwest of the Moose Lake entry point. 21 years old, solo paddling trip, last check-in 48 hours ago. Her father had filed the missing persons report from Phoenix, voice cracking over the satellite phone connection at the ranger station. "She always checks in," he'd said. "Every 6 hours like clockwork," she promised. Robert had almost refused the assignment. He'd spent 3 years avoiding search and rescue operations, ever since the Keller incident left him with a name he couldn't forget, and nightmares that tasted like pine smoke. But Chief Randall had looked at him with those gray eyes that didn't accept excuses and said, "You know these waters better than anyone, Fitz. Girls alone out there." 3 days of silence. 3 days. 72 hours in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, where over 1 million acres of interconnected lakes and forest stretched across the Canadian border like God's own maze. Most people got turned around within a mile of their entry point. Madison Garcia, according to her permits, had planned a 12-day circuit through some of the most remote territory in Minnesota: Knife Lake, Kakakabik, Gabamichigami. Names from the Ojibwe, the people who'd called this place home long before white men carved it up and called it wilderness. The canoe's supplies were gone. No dry bag, no tent, no food pack. Either Madison had secured them before whatever happened, or something had taken them. Robert studied the shoreline, cataloging what he saw with the methodical attention that 15 years as a ranger had drilled into his bones. Trampled ferns near a flat granite outcrop, the kind of place you'd pull a canoe onto shore. Scuff marks in the lichen. And beyond that, disappearing into a stand of birch trees. What might have been footprints. Human footprints. Bare feet, he realized as he knelt beside them, and his stomach tightened into something small and hard. The impressions were distinct in the soft soil between rocks. 5 toes, proper arch, human configuration. But they were wrong in ways that made the hair on his forearms stand up despite the afternoon heat that pressed down through the canopy. Too long, for one thing. Madison Garcia's driver's license listed her at 5'3", maybe 110 pounds. These prints suggested someone close to 7 feet tall, if the stride length meant anything. And they were deep. Too deep, as if whoever made them carried enormous weight, or pressed down with force that exceeded what their frame should allow. Robert pulled out his Motorola talkabout and keyed the transmit button, but got only static. He'd known the radio wouldn't reach the station from this deep in the wilderness. The terrain played hell with signals, but protocol demanded he try. He marked the coordinates in his notebook instead, sketching the canoe's position and the track leading into the forest. His handwriting looked shaky, and he forced himself to breathe slowly through his nose, fighting the tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with the altitude. The footprints led northeast, away from the established portages and deeper into country that didn't appear on recreational maps. Robert hesitated at the tree line, one hand resting on the Leatherman multi-tool clipped to his belt. Every instinct he'd cultivated over 15 years told him to wait for backup, to radio the coordinates once he reached higher ground, and let a team handle the search. He'd learned that lesson in blood and screaming, and the smell of burning canvas 3 years ago, when he'd gone charging ahead and left his partner alone. But Madison Garcia was out there, had been out there for 3 days, and the temperature would drop into the 40s tonight. If she was injured, hypothermic, alone. Robert pushed into the trees. The forest changed almost immediately. The white pines and birches that dominated the shoreline gave way to older growth. Red pines that towered overhead with trunks thick as whiskey barrels. The understory thinned, leaving patches of exposed bedrock between spreading ferns and colonies of ghost pipe plants that looked like tiny white fingers reaching up from the soil. The air grew cooler with each step. Not the gentle cooling of shade, but something more profound, as if he'd walked from August into October in the space of 50 yards. He'd felt cold like this before. Once, in the weeks after Jenny left, when the divorce papers had arrived and he'd spent a night sitting on the porch watching his breath plume in July air that should have been 70 degrees. And once more recently, 3 years ago, when he'd found what was left of David Keller. Robert shoved that memory down before it could fully surface and focused on the trail. The bare footprints continued, interspersed now with other marks, drag marks, as if something heavy had been pulled over the ground. broken branches at odd heights, and scratches on tree trunks, scored into the bark at 7-8 feet up. The marks looked fresh, sap still beating in the wounds. Something rustled in the undergrowth to his left. Robert spun, hand dropping to the bear spray on his hip, but saw only a red squirrel chittering at him from a low branch. The animal's tail jerked with agitation, and its calls held a note that sounded almost like warning. After a moment, it bounded away, disappearing into the canopy with a flick of russet fur. The silence that followed felt heavier than it should. Robert had spent enough time in the boundary waters to know its rhythms, the background chorus of birdsong, the rustle of small animals, the whisper of wind through pine needles. But here, past the tree line where Madison's trail led, the forest had gone quiet in a way that made his shoulders tense. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the air perfectly still and cold enough that his breath had started to fog. In August, in Minnesota, at 3 p.m, he checked his thermometer, 52 degrees. 20 minutes ago at the shoreline it had read 78. Robert pulled his notebook out again and logged the temperature drop, his GPS coordinates, and the time. When he looked up from writing, he noticed the tree. It stood maybe 30 yards ahead, a massive red pine that must have been growing when the voyageurs first paddled these waters 200 years ago. Someone had stripped the bark from its southern face in a rectangle about 4 feet high and 3 feet wide. An old practice, possibly native, though the Ojibwe had largely abandoned the boundary waters by the time Robert was born. But this wasn't an old scar. The exposed wood still bled sap, and carved into the fresh cambium layer were symbols that made something cold and sharp slide down his spine. Not English, not any language he recognized. The marks looked deliberately geometric, circles within circles, lines radiating outward like ribs, and at the center, something that might have been a handprint if hands had too many fingers and joints that bent the wrong direction. Robert photographed the tree with his digital camera, the flash seeming too bright in the dim understory. His hands had started to shake, and not from the cold. He'd seen enough in 15 years to know when something was wrong. Really wrong beyond lost hikers or injured campers or even the occasional poacher. This felt like stepping into a room where someone had just been murdered, where the violence still lingered in the air like smoke. The footprints continued past the carved tree, leading deeper into forest that grew progressively darker despite the afternoon sun. Robert followed, because stopping meant admitting something he couldn't quite name, and because Madison Garcia was out here somewhere, and he'd already failed one person in these woods. He found the first piece of her gear half a mile in, a blue dry bag hanging from a branch 12 feet off the ground, its contents spilled across the forest floor. Socks, a fleece jacket, a paperback copy of Desert Solitaire, with the pages torn out and scattered like snow. Robert gathered what he could, noting the teeth marks in the bag's nylon skin. Large teeth, canine structure, but the pattern was wrong. Too many punctures, as if whatever bit down had a mouthful of needles instead of proper fangs. The second piece was her tent, or what remained of it. Someone had shredded the nylon into ribbons and left them hanging from branches like festival flags. The aluminum poles had been bent into shapes that shouldn't be possible without a forge and a vise, twisted into spirals and knots that hurt to look at. And beyond the tent, scratched into a flat expanse of granite with what looked like a sharp stone, were words in English. So hungry. The letters were crude, uneven, as if whoever carved them had been shaking or learning. The stone used to scratch them lay nearby, stained with something dark that might have been blood if blood dried that particular shade of rust red against gray rock. Robert's hand found his radio again, thumb hovering over the transmit button, even though he knew it wouldn't reach anyone. His breathing had gone shallow, the way it used to during panic attacks in the months after David died, when he'd wake at 3 a.m. convinced he could smell smoke and hear screaming. He forced himself to breathe slowly, counting to 4 on the inhale and 4 on the exhale, while his rational mind tried to assemble an explanation that made sense. Madison had carved the message. Delirious, maybe hypothermic, suffering from the kind of exposure that made people do inexplicable things. She'd torn her own tent apart in confusion, scattered her belongings, and wandered off barefoot into the forest. People did strange things when their body temperature dropped. He'd seen it before. Paradoxical undressing, where victims shed their clothes in freezing weather. Terminal burrowing, where they crawled into small spaces to die. This was just another variation, except Madison had been alone for 3 days in summer weather, and the temperature didn't explain the canoe's claw marks or the footprints that were too large or the teeth that had punctured her dry bag with needle precision. A sound cut through the forest silence, low, distant, almost below the range of hearing. It reminded Robert of wind moaning through a narrow canyon, except there were no canyons in the boundary waters, just endless lakes and trees. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through his chest cavity like a bass note played too loud. Then it resolved into something that might have been a word, if words could be spoken in a voice that sounded like starvation given breath. Hungry. Robert ran. He didn't make a conscious decision to move. His body simply reacted, pivoting back the way he'd come and crashing through undergrowth that grabbed at his clothes like hands. Branches whipped his face. His boots caught on roots, nearly sending him sprawling across granite outcrops that would shatter bone. Behind him, or ahead, or to the sides, the acoustics made it impossible to pinpoint. That voice continued its low moan, and now he could hear other sounds mixed into it. Footsteps that shouldn't move that fast. Breathing that rattled like wind through a corpse's throat. He burst out of the tree line onto Knife Lake's shoreline, lungs burning, and didn't stop until he'd waded waist-deep into water that felt warm compared to the forest's impossible cold. His hands shook so badly he could barely key his radio. "Station, this is Fitzgerald." His voice came out as a rasp. "I need immediate backup at Knife Lake. Coordinates 48.0847 north, 91.2156 west. I've found evidence of Madison Garcia, but what? But I heard a voice in the woods. But something carved words about hunger. But I ran like a scared child because the forest got too quiet. But the situation has become complicated. Request helicopter extraction if available." "Over." Static answered him. Robert tried twice more before accepting that his signal wasn't reaching the station. He'd have to paddle back to high ground, find a ridge where the terrain didn't swallow radio waves. But that meant leaving, and Madison was still out there, and he could feel eyes watching him from the tree line with an attention that felt hungry in ways that had nothing to do with food. The sun had started its descent toward the western horizon, painting Knife Lake in shades of copper and gold that should have been beautiful, but instead felt like a countdown. Robert waded back to shore and pulled his overturned canoe onto the rocks, checking it for damage. No claw marks, thankfully. The scratches on Madison's canoe had been deliberate, he realized now. A message or a warning, or maybe just play from something that didn't understand its own strength. He should leave. Every sensible instinct told him to paddle back to the Moose Lake entry point, radio for help from there. Let a full SAR team handle whatever was happening in these woods. That was protocol. That was smart. But Madison Garcia had been alone for 3 days, and every hour that passed reduced her chances of survival. And if Robert left now, he'd be making the same choice he'd made 3 years ago, when he'd pulled back to wait for backup and left David Keller to die alone. He loaded his gear back into the canoe and pushed off from shore. But instead of heading south toward the entry point, he paddled north, toward the far end of Knife Lake, where older maps showed an abandoned trapping cabin that might offer shelter. If Madison had any survival training, she might have sought it out, and if Robert was going to spend a night in these woods, which seemed increasingly inevitable as the sun dropped lower, he wanted walls and a door between him and whatever walked the forest. The paddle took 40 minutes, long enough for the sunset to paint the sky in shades that reminded him uncomfortably of dried blood. The cabin materialized from the shoreline exactly where his topographic map indicated, a single-room structure of weathered logs with a roof that sagged but hadn't collapsed. A stone chimney jutted from one wall, and a narrow porch faced the water, its boards warped and splitting. Robert beached his canoe and approached cautiously, bear spray in one hand and his maglite in the other. The cabin's door hung open on leather hinges that had rotted through, and the interior smelled of mouse droppings and mildew. But it was empty, and there were no signs of recent habitation, human or otherwise. He was setting up his camp stove on the porch when he noticed the scratches. They covered the cabin's interior walls. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe, scored into the wood with fingernails or claws or something in between. Most were random, chaotic scratchings like an animal might leave. But others formed patterns, the same circular symbols he'd seen carved into the tree earlier, repeated over and over until they covered entire walls. And mixed among the symbols were words in multiple languages. English, what might have been French, and characters he didn't recognize but suspected were Ojibwe. All the words said variations of the same thing. Feed me always hungry, never enough. It wants, it wants, it wants. Robert backed out of the cabin slowly, his skin crawling. Someone had spent a long time in here, carving these messages. Multiple people possibly, over many years. The deepest scratches had darkened with age, while the newest still showed pale wood beneath. He should run. He should get in his canoe and paddle through the night if necessary, put as much distance between himself and this place as humanly possible. But the sun had nearly set, and navigating the boundary waters in darkness was a death wish even without whatever was hunting these woods. Better to stay here, keep a fire burning, wait for dawn. Better to stop running maybe, the way he'd been running for 3 years. Robert built his fire on the porch using driftwood from the shoreline, feeding it until flames danced 3 feet high and threw wild shadows across the water. He boiled water for coffee on his camp stove and forced himself to eat an energy bar that tasted like sawdust and obligation. His Motorola lay on the boards beside him, still hissing static whenever he keyed the transmit button. Full dark came on fast, the way it always did in the deep woods, and with it came the cold. Robert watched his breath plume in firelight, watched frost form on the planks of the porch despite the flames, and tried not to think about temperature drops that defied physics and voices that spoke of hunger in the language of nightmares. Something moved in the tree line. Robert saw it from the corner of his eye, a pale shape that might have been birch bark or might have been something standing upright among the trunks. When he turned his head to look directly, it was gone, or maybe had never been there at all. But the feeling of being watched intensified, pressing against him like weight, like hands, like teeth that wanted to bite down and never stop biting. He added more wood to the fire. The flames leaped higher, and in their light he thought he saw more movement. Shapes circling the cabin just beyond the firelight's reach, moving with a gait that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite animal. Quick, jerky movements, like stop-motion animation, like something that had learned to walk by watching people but hadn't quite mastered the rhythm. A branch snapped in the forest. Close. Too close. "Madison," Robert called out, hating how his voice shook. "Madison Garcia, if you're out there, come to the fire. I'm a ranger. I'm here to help you." The forest absorbed his words without echo. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then that voice came again, the same bass moan he'd heard earlier, but closer now, near enough that he could hear the wet rattle underneath it, like lungs full of fluid trying to form sounds they weren't designed to make. Hungry. So hungry. Not Madison's voice. Not anyone's voice. Just hunger-given sound, and underneath it, that same word repeated over and over in a language that predated English, that might have been Ojibwe, or might have been older still. Wendigo. 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 Robert knew the word. Every ranger who worked the Superior National Forest learned it eventually, usually in the context of folklore and winter survival stories. The Wendigo, sometimes spelled Wendigo or Wetico, was a creature from Algonquian mythology, a malevolent spirit associated with winter, famine, and insatiable greed. It was said to possess humans who resorted to cannibalism, transforming them into monsters with an eternal hunger that could never be satisfied. Just stories, anthropologists said. Morality tales to discourage cannibalism during harsh winters when food ran short. Just stories. But the Ojibwe had abandoned large portions of the boundary waters over 100 years ago, retreating to reservations and leaving these woods to grow wild. And in all his research of local history, Robert had never found a satisfactory explanation for why they'd left, beyond vague references to cursed grounds and hungry spirits. A shape resolved from the darkness beyond the fire. Robert's hand found his bear spray, thumb on the trigger, and his maglite beam cut through smoke to illuminate Madison Garcia, or what remained of her. She stood at the edge of the porch, swaying slightly, dressed in the same clothes from her permit photo: jeans, a Minnesota Golden Gophers t-shirt, hiking boots. But the clothes hung loose on a frame that had lost weight it couldn't spare, and her face had thinned until it was all angles and hollows, skull-like in the firelight. Her eyes reflected red in his flashlight beam, the way a deer's eyes would or a wolf's. Madison? Robert forced himself to stand, to move slowly, non-threateningly. My name's Robert Fitzgerald. I'm a ranger. Your father sent me to find you. Are you hurt? She didn't respond, didn't blink, just stared at him with those reflecting eyes while her chest rose and fell too quickly, like a rabbit's heartbeat. Her hands hung at her sides, and Robert noticed her fingernails had been filed or worn down to bleeding stubs. It's okay, he said, taking a careful step forward. You're safe now. We can get you out of here, get you to a hospital. Madison's jaw unhinged, not opened, unhinged, dropping open far wider than human anatomy should allow, nearly to her sternum, and from her throat came that same bass moan he'd heard in the forest, the sound of starvation given voice. Hungry. Robert stumbled backward, his heel catching on a loose board. He went down hard, his maglite flying from his grip and spinning across the porch to hang half off the edge, its beam illuminating nothing but water. The bear spray fell from his other hand, rolling toward the fire. Madison, the thing wearing Madison's skin, advanced with movements that were all wrong. Her joints bent backward as she walked, knees hyperextending, spine curving at impossible angles. Her mouth stayed hinged open, and Robert could see down her throat to where something moved and writhed and definitely wasn't human anatomy. He scrambled backward until his shoulders hit the cabin wall, wood splinters digging through his shirt. The thing that had been Madison Garcia loomed over him, close enough that he could smell her breath, the sweet, rotten stench of ketosis, of a body consuming itself in the absence of food. Except Madison should have had supplies for 12 days, should have had food enough for 2 weeks plus whatever she could forage, unless she'd stopped eating, unless hunger had become something other than physical need. Madison, Robert's voice came out as a whisper. If you're still in there, fight it. Whatever this is, fight it. For just a moment, something flickered in those reflecting eyes. Something human and terrified and aware. Madison's jaw began to close, her spine straightening, and she made a sound that might have been a sob or might have been a scream cut short. Then the humanity drained away, and only hunger remained. She lunged. Robert rolled sideways on instinct, and Madison's hands, fingers elongated into something like talons, gouged through the porch boards where his head had been. He kicked out, catching her in the chest, and she flew backward with a shriek that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite animal, but held notes of both. She crashed into the fire, scattering burning logs across the porch, and Robert lunged for his bear spray. His fingers closed on the canister just as Madison rose from the flames. Fire had caught on her clothes, spreading across her t-shirt and up into her hair, but she didn't seem to notice. She just kept coming, kept reaching, kept making that horrible, hungry sound while smoke rose from her burning body. Robert triggered the bear spray at point-blank range. Capsaicin mist filled the air, searing his own eyes and throat even as it hit Madison full in the face. She recoiled with a sound like steam escaping from a punctured radiator, hands clawing at her eyes. Robert didn't wait to see if it would last. He grabbed his gear bag, vaulted over the porch railing, and ran for his canoe. Behind him, Madison's screaming took on an edge that raised every hair on his body. It wasn't pain, not exactly. More like rage at being denied, at being kept from feeding, at being forced to remain hungry for even one more second. The scream rose in pitch and volume until it seemed to shake the trees, and underneath it, Robert could hear that other sound, the bass moan that spoke in a language older than English. Windigo. Windigo. Always hungry. Never satisfied. Feed me, feed me, feed me. He hit the water running, his momentum carrying him waist deep before he remembered his canoe. It was 10 yards up the shore, right where he'd left it, and Madison stood between him and it. She'd stopped screaming, had stopped burning somehow, though her clothes still smoldered and the air around her shimmered with heat. Her head cocked to one side at an angle that would have snapped a human neck, and when she smiled, Robert saw that her teeth had grown, were still growing, into something that belonged in a nightmare. "Feed," she said, and this time her voice was almost normal, almost Madison's voice if Madison had spent a lifetime starving. "Please, feed." Robert's hand found the leather man on his belt, a 4-inch blade against something that had shrugged off fire and bear spray, but it was all he had. He backed deeper into the water, feeling the lake bottom drop away beneath his feet, and Madison followed with movements that were becoming less human with each step. Her spine had lengthened, pushing her forward into a crouch. Her arms had stretched until her fingers brushed the ground. And her face. God, her face was pulling forward into something like a muzzle, jaw extending, more teeth erupting from gums that split and bled and kept producing more enamel. She hit the water and submerged, and Robert's training took over. He dove, kicked hard, and started swimming parallel to the shore, heading for a stand of fallen trees that might provide cover. Cold water closed over his head, and for a moment everything went silent except for his heartbeat and the rush of water past his ears. Something grabbed his ankle. Robert kicked out with his free leg, felt his boot connect with something that gave too easily, like rotten wood. The grip loosened for a moment and he kicked again, harder, breaking the surface with a gasp that pulled in as much water as air. He was 20 yards from shore now, in water deep enough that he couldn't touch bottom, and Madison stood in the shallows, water streaming from her transformed body. The firelight from the burning porch reached just far enough to illuminate her, and what Robert saw made him forget how to swim for a moment. She'd grown. Impossibly, she'd grown to maybe 7 feet tall. Her body stretched and distorted like taffy pulled too thin. Her skin had taken on a gray-white pallor, pulled tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. And her face, Jesus Christ. Her face looked like a skull wearing human skin as a mask. Eye sockets too large and too dark, jaw full of needle teeth that gleamed in the firelight. But worst were her eyes. They weren't Madison's brown anymore, weren't reflecting red like an animal's. They were empty, hollow. Black pits that led down to a hunger so profound it might have been infinite, a void that could swallow the world and still want more. Robert turned and swam for his life. He made it maybe 50 yards before his arms started to fail. The cold was sapping his strength and his clothes weighed him down, and terror had spiked his adrenaline so high that the crash was already beginning. Behind him, or was it ahead, he could hear splashing. Sense movement in the water. Madison could swim, apparently. Or whatever Madison had become could swim, and faster than him. A hand closed on his shoulder. Robert spun in the water, Leatherman raised, and stabbed blindly at the figure beside him. His blade hit something solid and skittered off. Bone, maybe, or something harder than bone. The hand tightened, lifting him half out of the water, and he found himself staring into that skull face from a distance of inches. Madison's jaw opened wide enough to fit his entire head inside. Robert could see down her throat to where something pulsed and writhed, something that was not a stomach, not anything that should exist inside a human body. He smelled that sweet, rotten stench again, stronger now, mixed with smoke and lake water, and underneath it all, the copper tang of blood. "Feed," Madison said again, and this time it sounded almost plaintive, almost sad. "So hungry, always hungry. Please." Robert's hand found the knife lanyard around his neck, a backup blade, just a small fixed blade, but sharp enough. He pulled it free and drove it up under Madison's chin, through the soft palate, into the brain. Madison dropped him. Robert went under, lake water filling his mouth and nose, and when he surfaced, gasping and choking, Madison was floating face down 10 feet away. Her body was changing even as he watched, shrinking back to human proportions, the gray-white pallor fading, the grotesque stretching reversing itself. By the time Robert swam close enough to turn her over, she looked like the girl from the permit photo again. Small, young, human, dead. The knife jutted from under her chin, buried to the hilt. Blood swirled in the water around her head, black in the darkness. Her eyes were closed now, and her face had relaxed into something that might have been peace if you didn't know what she'd become. Robert floated there for a long time, treading water and holding Madison's body to keep it from sinking, while the burning cabin slowly collapsed into embers on the shore. Eventually, when his arms had gone numb and his core temperature had dropped to the point where coherent thought became difficult, he swam back to shore, dragging Madison's body behind him. He pulled her onto the rocks and checked for a pulse he knew he wouldn't find. Her skin was cold, colder than the lake water, colder than the impossible forest, cold like January ground. The knife had killed her, or maybe it had just released her. Robert wasn't sure which was true, and the ambiguity felt like poison spreading through his thoughts. He sat beside Madison Garcia's corpse and watched the sun rise over Knife Lake, painting the water in shades of pink and gold that seemed obscene after what had happened. Birds started singing as if nothing had changed. The forest's impossible cold had faded with the darkness, leaving summer warmth that felt like gaslighting. Robert's Motorola crackled to life. "Fitzgerald, this is base. Come in, over." He stared at the radio for a long moment before picking it up. His hands had stopped shaking at some point during the night, leaving them steady in a way that felt like shock. "This is Fitzgerald. I'm at the north end of Knife Lake. I've recovered Madison Garcia. She's deceased. I need recovery support and a statement team. Over." Static then. "Copy that, Fitz. We're dispatching helicopter to your coordinates. ETA 90 minutes. Are you injured? Over." "Negative. I'm uninjured. Just what? Just traumatized? Just certain I killed someone who was still human underneath? Just aware that I'll never sleep through a night again without seeing those empty eyes? Just cold. Out." He set the radio down and looked at Madison again. In death, she looked peaceful, young. There were no signs of the transformation he'd witnessed, no evidence of the monster she'd become. Just a dead girl who'd gotten lost in the woods, and the ranger who'd put a knife through her brain. The helicopter found him 2 hours later, and by then Robert had constructed a story that made sense. Madison had been suffering from severe hypothermia and exposure-induced psychosis. She'd attacked him in a delusional state, and he'd been forced to defend himself. The scratches on his face and neck supported the narrative. The knife wound was regrettable but justified given the circumstances. Nobody questioned it. Nobody asked why a hypothermic victim would have the strength to fight like that, or why she'd been found with no supplies despite planning for 12 days, or what had carved those words into the cabin walls and marked up the trees. The boundary waters were vast and dangerous, and people died there regularly. This was just another tragedy in a long series of tragedies. The only person who looked at Robert with anything like suspicion was Chief Randall, whose gray eyes seemed to see straight through his carefully constructed story to the truth underneath. But Randall just clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Get some rest, Fitz. You did what you could." Robert took 3 weeks of leave. He spent them in his cabin outside Ely, drinking coffee and staring at the walls and not sleeping. When he did sleep, he dreamed of hunger, the kind of hunger that transcended physical need and became existential, a void at the center of self that nothing could fill. He dreamed of Madison's face as she'd transformed, human features stretching into something ancient and terrible. And he dreamed of that voice in the forest, the one that had spoken in Ojibwe and promised hunger without end. Windigo. On his last day of leave, Robert drove to the Bois Fort reservation and found an elder named Joseph Pine, who was known to speak about the old ways when the mood struck him. Robert told him what he'd seen, leaving nothing out, and Joseph listened without interruption until the story was finished. Then the old man nodded slowly and said, "Windigo sickness. My grandfather spoke of it. It happens when someone crosses a line they shouldn't cross, eating human flesh usually, or letting greed consume them until nothing remains but appetite. The spirit enters them, and they become what they hunger for. Always hungry, never satisfied, dead but not dead, human but not human." "Is there a cure?" Robert asked. Joseph Pine looked at him with eyes that had seen 80 winters. "You already found it. Death releases them, kills the spirit along with the body, but..." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "But the Windigo is patient. It's been in these woods since before the first Ojibwe, and it will be here long after the last white man leaves. It waits for those who hunger too much, who want too much, who need too much. Madison was just a college kid on a canoe trip. Was she? Joseph's smile was sad. Or was she running from something? Searching for something? Empty inside in a way the world couldn't fill? He shrugged. The Wendigo doesn't care about age or innocence. It only cares about hunger. And everyone hungers for something. Robert returned to work the following Monday. He took assignments that kept him away from the remote areas, stuck to developed campgrounds and high-traffic routes. He smiled and nodded when people asked about the incident, and he told his carefully constructed story until he almost believed it himself. But on quiet nights, when the wind moved through the pines outside his cabin in a way that sounded almost like words, Robert would remember those empty eyes and that voice promising hunger without end. He'd remember the cold that shouldn't exist in August, and the scratches on cabin walls that spoke of other victims, and the way Madison's body had shrunk back to human proportions once the Wendigo spirit left it. And he'd wonder how many others were out there in the boundary waters, wandering the endless lakes and forests with bellies full of emptiness and hearts consumed by appetite. How many voices called from the darkness, promising to feed a hunger that could never be satisfied? The question kept him awake most nights, but even worse were the mornings when he'd wake up hungry. Not regular hunger, not the normal desire for breakfast, but something deeper, something that made him think about Madison's face as she'd transformed, about the way hunger could hollow a person out until only appetite remained. On those mornings, Robert would skip breakfast, would go straight to work and throw himself into paperwork and mundane tasks until the feeling passed, because he understood now what Joseph Pine had been trying to tell him. Everyone hungers for something. And in the boundary waters, hunger has teeth. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. My name is Sarah Chen, and I've been a park ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 12 years. This happened during October 2023, when what seemed like a routine missing person case involving Marcus Rivera became something that still haunts me every time I walk these trails after dark. The call came in at 3:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. Marcus Rivera, 26 years old, experienced hiker from Asheville, had failed to return from what should have been a day hike on the Appalachian Trail. His girlfriend Jennifer had dropped him off at the Newfound Gap trailhead that morning at 8 a.m. He'd planned to hike south to Charlie's Bunyan and back, a moderate 10-mile round trip that should have taken him 6 hours at most. When Jennifer called us, worried sick, I could hear the strain in her voice. Marcus was methodical, she said. He always carried extra water, a first aid kit, and his phone was fully charged. He'd texted her at 11:30 a.m. from the Bunyan with a photo of the view, saying he was starting back. That was nearly 5 hours ago. I assembled a small search team. Myself, Ranger Tom Bradley, who'd been working these mountains for 2 decades, and Jake Morrison, our newest recruit fresh out of training. The October light was already fading by 4 p.m., and we knew we had maybe 3 hours before full darkness set in. We started at Newfound Gap, following the well-worn path of the Appalachian Trail. The autumn colors were spectacular, brilliant reds and golds that should have been beautiful, but somehow felt ominous under the overcast sky. A cold front was moving in, and the temperature had dropped 15 degrees since morning. "Marcus," I called out, my voice echoing through the hardwood forest. "Marcus Rivera!" Our voices bounced back from the ridges, distorted and hollow. We spread out in a line formation about 20 yards apart, keeping visual contact as we moved south along the trail. The leaves crunched under our boots, and every few minutes we'd stop to listen for any response. At 5:15 p.m., we reached the junction where the trail splits toward Charlie's Bunyan. This was where Marcus would have turned around for his return trip. Tom found boot prints in a muddy section that matched the description Jennifer had given us. Size 10 hiking boots with a distinctive waffle pattern. The prints were heading north, back toward the parking area. "He was here," Tom said, kneeling beside the clearest print. "These are fresh, probably from this morning on his way back." We followed the prints for about half a mile before they became impossible to track on the rocky trail surface. By now, the light was dim and gray, filtered through the thick canopy above. I radioed base camp to report our progress. Base, this is Ranger Chen. We've confirmed the subject was on the return trail as of this morning. Continuing search northbound on the AT. Static crackled back. Copy that, Sarah. Weather Service is calling for temperature drop to near freezing tonight. How copy? Copy. Will... The radio cut to dead silence. I tried again. Base, this is Chen. Do you copy? Nothing. I checked the radio. Full battery, all settings correct. Tom tried his unit with the same result. Probably the weather front, Jake suggested. Sometimes the atmospheric pressure messes with the signals. I'd never experienced a total radio blackout in 12 years, but Jake was right about weather affecting communications. We pressed on, relying on our handheld GPS units and the familiar trail markers. That's when things started feeling wrong. At 6 p.m., we should have reached the Icewater Spring Shelter, a well-known landmark about 2 miles from Charlie's Bunyan. But after walking for over an hour, we hadn't seen it. The trail felt different somehow. The usual sounds of the forest were muted, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I checked my GPS. According to the device, we were still heading north on the Appalachian Trail, but the coordinates seemed off. Instead of the gradual elevation changes I knew by heart, the numbers showed us climbing steadily upward into terrain that shouldn't exist. Tom, what's your GPS reading? I asked. He frowned at his device. Says we're at 6,200 feet elevation. That can't be right. The highest point on this section is barely 5,000. Jake's GPS showed the same impossible reading. We were supposedly climbing into elevations that didn't exist in this part of the Smokies. Equipment malfunction, I said. But even as I spoke, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. We know this trail. Let's keep moving. By 6:30 p.m., full darkness had settled over the mountains. Our flashlights cut narrow beams through the blackness, illuminating a world that felt increasingly foreign. The familiar trail markers were there, but they seemed wrong somehow, as if they'd been moved slightly or replaced with perfect replicas that were just different enough to trigger unease. That's when we found Marcus. He was sitting on a fallen log about 10 feet off the trail, perfectly motionless. Our flashlight beams found him simultaneously, and for a moment, none of us spoke. He was wearing exactly what Jennifer had described: blue hiking pants, gray fleece jacket, red backpack. But something was fundamentally wrong with the scene. Marcus? I called out softly. He didn't respond. He was facing away from us, looking deeper into the forest. His posture was too straight, too rigid, like a mannequin positioned by someone with only a basic understanding of human anatomy. Sir, are you okay? Tom's voice was carefully controlled, professional. Still no response. We approached slowly, our flashlights creating a dance of shadows on the trees around us. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees as we got closer. Marcus Rivera? I said again, louder this time. He turned to face us. I've seen a lot of things in 12 years as a park ranger. I've found bodies, pulled injured hikers from cliff faces, dealt with bear attacks and hypothermia victims. But nothing had prepared me for Marcus Rivera's face. His expression was completely blank, not unconscious, not confused, but empty. His eyes were open and tracking our movement, but there was no recognition, no awareness behind them. His mouth hung slightly open, and he breathed in perfect mechanical rhythm. Most disturbing of all, he was completely silent. No response to our voices, no movement except for that rhythmic breathing. Medical emergency? Tom whispered. Stroke, maybe? Severe hypothermia? I approached carefully, the way you would approach a wild animal. Marcus, my name is Sarah. I'm a park ranger. Jennifer sent us to find you. At the mention of Jennifer's name, his head tilted slightly, the first voluntary movement we'd seen. But his expression remained empty, and when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Jake had his first aid kit open, checking for signs of injury. No obvious trauma. Pulse is steady but slow. Pupils are responsive, but... He paused, frowning. They're responding to light, but not to distance. Like he's focusing on something far away. We need to get him out of here, I said. Tom, can you try the radio again? Tom stepped away and spoke into his unit. I heard only static in response, but then I heard something else. A faint echo of Tom's voice, coming from somewhere in the forest behind us. Not an acoustic echo, but an actual voice speaking the same words a fraction of a second after Tom spoke them. Base, this is Bradley. We've found the missing hiker. Need immediate medical evacuation. Tom's voice. Found the missing hiker. Need immediate medical evacuation. The echo from the woods. Tom stopped talking immediately. We all heard it. His exact words, in his exact voice, coming from the darkness beyond our flashlight beams. What the hell was that? Jake whispered. I swept my flashlight toward the sound, but saw only trees and shadows. Tom, say something else. He shook his head. I'm not saying anything until we figure out what's happening. Marcus suddenly stood up. The movement was fluid and wrong, like he was being pulled upright by invisible strings. He shouldered his backpack and started walking deeper into the forest, away from the trail. Marcus, stop, I called out, but he kept walking at a steady pace, moving through the underbrush without stumbling, without turning on a flashlight, without any of the careful navigation you'd expect from someone walking through a dark forest. We followed him, crashing through branches and fallen leaves while he moved silently ahead of us. Our flashlights revealed glimpses of his red backpack, always just at the edge of our vision, leading us further from the trail. This is insane, Jake muttered. We're going to get lost following him. But we couldn't just let him disappear into the wilderness. Despite his strange behavior, he was still our responsibility. I checked my GPS again and felt my stomach drop. The device showed no coordinates at all, just a blank screen with an error message I'd never seen before. We'd been following Marcus for about 20 minutes when we heard the voices. At first I thought it was other search teams, multiple voices calling out, echoing through the forest. But as we stopped to listen, the voices became clearer, and I realized they were calling Marcus's name in our exact voices. Marcus, my voice, coming from somewhere to our left. Marcus Rivera. Tom's voice from ahead of us. Sir, are you okay? Jake's voice from behind us. We were surrounded by our own voices, calling out in perfect imitation of our earlier search. Jake grabbed my arm, his face pale in the flashlight beam. We need to get back to the trail, he said, right now. But when we turned around, there was no trail. The forest stretched endlessly in all directions, and Marcus was nowhere to be seen. We were lost, surrounded by the echo of our own voices in a part of the Smokies that shouldn't exist. I tried to stay calm, fall back on my training. We stick together. We move slowly. We find higher ground and try to get our bearings. But even as I spoke, I knew we were beyond the realm of normal search and rescue procedures. The voices continued calling Marcus's name, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always in our exact tones. And underneath it all I could hear something else, a sound like whispers, too faint to make out the words, but persistent, unsettling. We climbed steadily upward, following what seemed like a game trail through the dense forest. The temperature continued to drop and our breath came out in visible puffs. My watch showed 8:30 p.m., but the darkness felt deeper than it should have, as if the night itself was somehow concentrated here. That's when we saw the lights, flashlight beams, sweeping back and forth through the trees ahead of us. For a moment I felt relief, another search team or maybe even a rescue crew looking for us. But as we got closer, I realized the lights were moving in perfect synchronization, like a choreographed dance. Hello, I called out. Park rangers here. The lights stopped moving. Then, from the darkness came my own voice. Hello, park rangers here. The lights resumed their synchronized sweep. We crept closer, and I could see the figures holding the flashlights. 3 people in ranger uniforms moving through the forest in the exact formation we'd been using hours earlier. It was us. I watched myself calling out for Marcus, watched Tom examining boot prints, watched Jake checking his GPS. We were seeing our own search from hours before, playing out like a recording. But as we watched, the scene began to change. The other me stopped calling for Marcus and started calling for Sarah. The other Tom found boot prints that spelled out words in the mud. The other Jake's GPS showed coordinates that led to the center of the earth. "We have to get out of here," Tom whispered. But there was nowhere to go. Every direction led deeper into the impossible forest, and now we could hear more voices. Jennifer calling for Marcus, other rangers calling for us, park visitors reporting new disappearances. The entire mountain seemed to be echoing with lost voices, all calling for someone who couldn't answer. I closed my eyes and tried to think. In 12 years as a park ranger, I'd learned to trust my instincts, to read the signs that kept hikers safe. And every instinct I had was screaming that we were in mortal danger. When I opened my eyes, Marcus was standing right in front of me. He was close enough that I could see the details of his face in my flashlight beam. His eyes were completely black now, not just the pupils, but the entire visible surface. His mouth was still open, but instead of breathing, he was making a sound like wind through a cave. Constant, hollow, inhuman. "Marcus," I said carefully, "we're here to help you." He tilted his head, and when he spoke, his voice was a perfect imitation of Jennifer's. Marcus always carries extra water. He always carries a first aid kit. His phone was fully charged. The words came out of his mouth, but they weren't his words. They were Jennifer's exact words from her phone call, spoken in her exact voice, coming from Marcus's throat while his black eyes stared at us. "He texted me at 11:30 a.m., Marcus continued in Jennifer's voice. "He said he was starting back. That was nearly 5 hours ago." Tom raised his flashlight, and I saw that the beam was shaking. "Sarah, we need to move, now." But Marcus stepped closer, and now his voice was mine. "My name is Sarah Chen, and I've been a park ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 12 years. He was stealing our voices, our words, our identities. And with each word he spoke, I felt something drain away from me. Not just the memory of saying those words, but the sense of being the person who had said them. I grabbed Tom and Jake, pulling them away from Marcus. "Run!" We crashed through the underbrush, our flashlights creating wild patterns of light and shadow. Behind us, Marcus's voice continued its horrible mimicry, cycling through everyone who had ever spoken about him. Jennifer, the dispatcher, park supervisors, other rangers, a chorus of stolen voices pouring from one mouth. We ran uphill, driven by pure panic now. The whispers in the forest grew louder, and I began to make out words, coordinates, elevations, radio frequencies, all the technical details of our search, repeated over and over like an incantation. The trees began to thin, and I thought we might be approaching a ridgeline. But when we broke through the last line of trees, we found ourselves back at the newfound Gap parking lot. Our vehicles were there, exactly where we'd left them. The visitor center was lit up, warm and normal. I could see people inside, probably visitors who'd stopped to use the restrooms or buy souvenirs. "How is this possible?" Jake gasped. "We've been walking for hours." I checked my watch. 4:15 p.m. We'd been searching for less than 30 minutes. Tom's radio crackled to life. "Tom, this is Base. What's your status?" He looked at me, confused. "Base, this is Bradley. We're back at the parking lot. The subject..." "Copy that. Jennifer Rivera is here asking for an update. Any sign of Marcus?" I stared at the visitor center. Through the windows, I could see a young woman pacing anxiously, checking her phone. Jennifer. She was there exactly as she should be, waiting for news about her missing boyfriend. "Negative," Tom said into the radio. "No sign of the subject. We're going to expand the search area." But I knew we couldn't go back into those woods. Whatever was out there, it had Marcus now. And it was hungry for more. "Tom," I said quietly. "We tell them we found evidence of an animal attack. Scattered gear, blood, no body. We recommend suspending the search until morning." He stared at me. "Sarah, we can't go back out there." I was surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "Not tonight. Maybe not ever. Jake was staring at the tree line, his face white. "Do you hear that?" From the forest came a sound like wind through leaves, but underneath it I could hear voices. Marcus calling for Jennifer. Jennifer calling for Marcus. Tom, Jake, and I calling for anyone who might answer. All of us lost in the woods. All of us looking for each other. All of us finding only echoes of ourselves. The official report stated that Marcus Rivera had likely fallen from one of the rocky outcroppings near Charlie's Bunyan. After 3 days of searching, we found scattered pieces of his gear and some blood evidence, but no body. The case was closed as a probable accidental death. Jennifer eventually stopped calling for updates. The story faded from the local news. Life at the park returned to normal. But I know the truth. Marcus is still out there, somewhere in the spaces between the trails, in the impossible elevations that don't exist on any map. He's still collecting voices, still learning to be human by stealing pieces of everyone who comes looking for him. And sometimes, on dark fall nights when the temperature drops and the radio signals cut out, I can hear him calling. Not for help. He's past that now. He's calling for others to join him, using our voices, our exact words, our desperate pleas for someone to answer. I've been a park ranger for 12 years, but I've never gone back to that section of the Appalachian Trail. I tell myself it's because of the memories, the trauma of losing someone on my watch. But the real reason is simpler. I'm afraid that if I go back, I'll find myself sitting on that fallen log, facing away from the trail, breathing in perfect mechanical rhythm, while something else wears my face and speaks with my voice. And somewhere in the forest, Marcus Rivera is still waiting for the next search team to find him, still waiting to teach them how to echo. My name is Bolts, and I've been a park ranger at Crater Lake National Park for 12 years. This happened during the fall of 2023, when what seemed like a routine missing person case involving a hiker named Sarah Delacroix became something that still haunts me every time I walk these trails after dark. October in southern Oregon can be beautiful, but it's also when the park transforms into something altogether different. The tourist crowds thin out, the days grow shorter, and the ancient Douglas firs seem to lean in closer, their shadows stretching longer across the volcanic landscape. I've always loved this time of year, the crisp air, the way sound carries differently through the thinning foliage, the sense that the wilderness is reclaiming itself after months of human intrusion. I should have known something was wrong when the report came in at 3:47 a.m. on October 23rd. Missing person cases rarely start in the middle of the night, and they certainly don't begin with the kind of panicked, breathless phone call that dispatch patched through to my radio while I was conducting a routine patrol of the Rim Road. "This is base to Unit 7. We've got a priority call on the emergency line. Female caller reporting her hiking partner missing somewhere on the Pacific Crest Trail section. She's pretty shaken up, Bolts." I pulled over and grabbed my radio. "Unit 7 to base, copy. What's the caller's location?" "That's the thing, she won't say. Keeps insisting she needs to meet you at the Lightning Spring trailhead. Says she can't explain over the phone." Lightning Spring was one of the more remote access points, about 15 miles from the main visitor center. It wasn't unusual for hikers to get separated or turned around in that area, especially with the early onset of darkness this time of year. But something about the urgency in dispatch's voice made my stomach tighten. "I'm 20 minutes out," I radioed back. "Have you tried to get more details?" She hung up. "Bolts." The caller ID showed a local number, but when we tried calling back, it went straight to a disconnected message. I'd been doing this job long enough to know that missing person cases often began with confusion, panic, and contradictory information. People get scared, they make mistakes, they remember things wrong. But as I drove through the darkness toward Lightning Spring, something felt off about this one. The trailhead parking area was empty except for a single Honda Civic with Washington plates. I could see a figure sitting on the hood, silhouetted against my headlights. As I approached, she slid down and walked toward me, a woman in her late 20s with short dark hair and hiking clothes that looked like they'd seen better days. "Are you the ranger?" she asked, her voice tight with anxiety. "I'm Bolts. You're the one who called about your missing partner?" She nodded quickly. "Sarah Delacroix. We've been hiking the PCT section for 3 days. She didn't come back to camp tonight." I pulled out my incident report pad and clicked on my flashlight. "What's your name, ma'am?" "Jessica. Jessica Moreau." She hugged herself against the cold. "We set up camp about 4 miles up the trail yesterday evening. Sarah said she wanted to scout ahead before dark, maybe find a better water source. That was around 6 p.m. When she didn't come back by midnight, I started looking for her." "You've been searching for 4 hours?" I asked, noting the timestamp. "Why didn't you call earlier?" Jessica's eyes darted away from mine. I thought she might have just gotten turned around. We've been hiking together for years. Sarah's experienced. She knows these mountains." I started walking toward the trailhead, gesturing for her to follow. "Tell me about the area where you last saw her. Any landmarks? Specific trail markers?" "There's a small creek crossing about a mile past the lightning-struck snag. You know the one? The big cedar that got hit 2 seasons ago?" I stopped walking. I'd been patrolling this section of trail for over a decade, and I knew every landmark, every significant tree, every creek crossing. There was no lightning-struck cedar anywhere near Lightning Spring Trail. The area was primarily Douglas fir and hemlock, with a few scattered pines at higher elevations. "Jessica, can you describe this cedar again?" "It's huge, maybe 6 feet in diameter. The lightning split it right down the middle, but it's still standing. Sarah said it looked like a gateway." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. "What do you mean, gateway?" "Just the way it was split. Like you could walk right through the middle of it." Jessica's voice was getting smaller. "That's where she went. She said she wanted to check what was on the other side. I've found lost hikers in every conceivable situation over the years. Some panic and run in circles until they collapse from exhaustion. Others sit down and wait for rescue. A few try to signal for help, but experienced hikers don't just disappear while scouting ahead, and they certainly don't go exploring mysterious trees that don't exist. Jessica, I need you to think carefully. Are you sure you're remembering the location correctly? Because there's no cedar tree like that anywhere on this trail system." She looked at me like I'd just told her the sky was green. "Of course I'm sure. We camped right next to it. I can show you." Against my better judgment, I agreed to let her lead me to their supposed campsite. I radioed dispatch to inform them we were beginning the search, requested backup for dawn, and started up the trail with Jessica walking ahead of me, her headlamp beam dancing across the familiar path. The first mile was normal. We passed the usual landmarks, the moss-covered boulder that looked like a sleeping bear, the small wooden bridge over Deer Creek, the trail junction where a faded sign pointed toward Mount Thielsen. Jessica moved with the confidence of someone who knew where she was going, never hesitating at the few spots where the trail branched or became unclear. But as we climbed higher, I started noticing things that didn't make sense. The trees seemed denser than I remembered, their branches hanging lower over the trail. The normal sounds of a forest at night, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, were completely absent. Even our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest was absorbing sound. "How much further?" I asked Jessica. "Just past the next ridge, maybe half a mile." I knew this trail. I'd hiked it hundreds of times, in every season, in every weather condition. There was no next ridge half a mile ahead. The trail continued at a gradual incline for another 3 miles before reaching the first significant elevation change. "Jessica, I think we need to reconsider our route. This doesn't—" "There," she said, pointing ahead with her flashlight. "The cedar." I followed her beam and felt my blood turn to ice water. Standing directly in the middle of the trail, where no tree had any right to be, was exactly what she'd described, a massive cedar, split down the middle by what looked like a lightning strike, creating a perfect archway through its center. The split was so clean and symmetrical that it looked almost deliberate, like some giant had taken an axe to it. "That's impossible," I whispered. Jessica was already walking toward it. "Sarah went through here about 7 hours ago. She said she'd be back in 20 minutes. I grabbed her arm. "Jessica, stop. We need to call this in. This tree. It wasn't here yesterday, it wasn't here last week. Trees don't just appear." She turned to look at me, and in the glow of our flashlights I saw that her eyes were completely black, not dark brown or shadowed, black, like looking into empty holes. "She's been waiting," Jessica said in a voice that didn't sound quite human anymore. "Sarah's been waiting for you to find her." I stumbled backward, my hand instinctively moving to my radio. "Base, this is Unit 7. I need immediate backup at static, dead air." I looked at my radio display and saw something that made my knees go weak. According to the GPS, we were standing in the middle of Crater Lake itself, 50 feet underwater. "The radio won't work here," Jessica said, still walking toward the split-seater. "Nothing works here except Sarah. She works perfectly now." I turned to run, but the trail behind us was gone. Where the familiar path should have been, there was only dense forest, the trees so tightly packed together that I couldn't see how we'd even gotten through them. I spun around, trying to find any landmark, any familiar feature, but everything was wrong. The stars were in the wrong positions, the moon was the wrong color. Even the air smelled different, thick and sweet, like flowers left too long in a vase. "Marcus," the voice came from inside the cedar tree, from the dark space between the split trunk. It was Sarah's voice, but there was something off about it. It was too clear, too precise, as if each word was being carefully constructed. "Marcus, I found something wonderful. Come see." Jessica had stopped walking and was standing perfectly still about 10 feet from the tree. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see that she wasn't breathing. Her chest wasn't moving at all. "Sarah," I called out, my voice cracking. "Sarah, if you can hear me, I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help you." A figure emerged from the darkness inside the cedar. It was tall, wearing hiking clothes with long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. It looked like it might be Sarah, but the way it moved was all wrong. Too fluid, too graceful, like it was floating rather than walking. "I'm not lost anymore," it said. "I found the way, the real way." As it stepped fully into the light, I saw what Jessica had become. The thing that looked like Sarah had the same black eyes, the same unnaturally still posture. But worse than that, I could see that its feet weren't quite touching the ground. "You have to come with us," Sarah said. "You have to see what we've seen." "We've been waiting," Jessica added, her voice now identical to Sarah's. "All of us have been waiting. All of us." I looked around and realized we weren't alone. There were other figures standing just outside the circle of light cast by our flashlights. A man in a park ranger uniform that looked like it was from the 1970s. A woman in a hiking jacket that seemed to be from the 1980s. Children in clothes that might have been from decades ago. All of them standing perfectly still. All of them with those same black eyes. "How many?" I whispered. "Everyone who found the way," Sarah said. "Everyone who understood that the forest is alive, that it's been waiting." I realized then that I was looking at years' worth of missing persons. Hikers who'd disappeared without a trace. Campers who'd simply vanished. Maybe even other park rangers who'd gone out on patrol and never come back. All of them had found their way to this impossible place, this split cedar that existed outside normal space and time. "What do you want?" I asked. "To show you," Sarah said, reaching out her hand. "To help you understand." I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The forest pressed in around us, and I could feel the attention of all those silent figures focused on me. The air was getting thicker, harder to breathe, and I could hear something that might have been music coming from inside the cedar tree, a low, droning sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "I can't," I said. "I have to get back. People will be looking for me." Sarah tilted her head at an angle that was too sharp, too bird-like. "People look for us all the time, but they never find us, not unless we want them to." "Like you found us," Jessica added. They were right. I'd received a call about a missing person from someone who wasn't supposed to exist, followed a trail that led to an impossible place, and found evidence of disappearances that might have been going on for decades. The forest had been collecting people, and I was just the latest in a long line. But something deep in my ranger training kicked in. I'd spent 12 years learning to navigate by landmarks, to read the subtle signs of the wilderness. to trust my instincts about danger, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. I turned off my flashlight and dove into the darkness. In the complete blackness, I could hear them moving. Not footsteps, but something else. A rustling, sliding sound, like fabric being dragged across bark. I crashed through the underbrush, branches tearing at my jacket, roots catching my boots. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from that clearing, away from the impossible cedar tree and the things that looked like people. Behind me, I could hear Sarah's voice calling my name, but it was coming from multiple directions at once, as if there were several of her spread throughout the forest. The sound was getting closer. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed face first into a pile of wet leaves and couldn't take another step. When I finally looked up, I saw electric lights through the trees. Real lights, not the strange phosphorescent glow that had surrounded the cedar clearing. The Lightning Spring parking area was 50 yards away. My patrol truck was exactly where I'd left it, and Jessica's Honda Civic was still parked next to it. But according to my watch, it was 6:15 a.m. I'd been gone for over 2 hours, though it had felt like minutes. I staggered to my truck and grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Unit 7. I need to report. What could I report? That I'd found a tree that shouldn't exist? That I'd encountered missing persons who weren't quite human anymore? That there was something in the forest that was collecting people? Unit 7, this is Base. We've been trying to reach you for an hour. Everything okay out there?" I looked back at the Honda Civic. The Washington plates were still there, but when I walked over and looked through the windows, the car was empty. Not just empty, it looked like it had been empty for years. There was a thick layer of dust on the dashboard, and the upholstery was faded and cracked. "Marcus, you there?" I keyed my radio. "Base, I'm going to need someone to run a license plate for me. Also, I want to review our missing person files from the last 20 years. "Missing person files? Marcus, what's going on?" I spent the next 3 hours going through every disappearance report filed at Crater Lake National Park since 1990. The pattern was subtle, but consistent. Every 2 or 3 years, someone would vanish without a trace. Experienced hikers, families with children, even a few park employees. The investigations would be thorough. Search teams would comb the wilderness for days, but nothing would ever be found. The Honda Civic was registered to Jessica Moreau of Tacoma, Washington. She'd been reported missing along with her hiking partner Sarah Delacroix in September 2019. 4 years ago. I never filed an official report about what happened that night. Who would believe it? But I did make some changes to park policy. I instituted a buddy system for all ranger patrols after dark. I had motion sensors installed on several remote trails, and I made sure that every ranger carried a GPS beacon that would transmit their location every 15 minutes. Most importantly, I started keeping a detailed map of all the places where people had gone missing. When I connected the dots, a pattern emerged. They formed a rough circle around an area about 5 miles northeast of Lightning Spring, an area that, according to our topographical maps, was just empty forest. But I know better now. I know that somewhere in that circle, there's a split cedar tree that exists outside normal space and time. And I know that Sarah Delacroix, Jessica Moreau, and dozens of others are still there, waiting for the next person to find their way to that impossible clearing. I've been a park ranger for 12 years, and I've learned to trust the wilderness. But I've also learned that there are some places in the forest where people aren't meant to go. Some trails that don't lead back to the world we know. And on dark fall nights when the wind is just right, I can still hear Sarah's voice calling my name from somewhere deep in the trees. She's patient. She's been waiting for 4 years, and she'll wait as long as it takes, because she knows that eventually everyone finds their way to the cedar tree. Everyone finds their way home. I just hope that when my time comes, I'll be strong enough to keep running. My name is Marcus Chen, and I've been a park ranger at Cascade Ridge National Park for 12 years. This happened during the fall of 2019 when what seemed like a routine missing person case involving Sarah Kellerman became something that still haunts me every time I hear static on the radio or see fog rolling through the trees. October in the Cascades is beautiful and treacherous in equal measure. The maples burn orange and red against the evergreens, but the weather turns fast. One moment you're hiking in crisp sunshine, the next you're caught in a downpour that chills you to the bone. It's the kind of season that demands respect from anyone venturing into the backcountry. Sarah Kellerman, unfortunately, was not the type to respect much of anything. I first met her 3 days before she disappeared. She'd blown into the ranger station like she owned the place, all designer hiking boots and expensive gear that screamed weekend warrior. Mid-30s, blonde hair pulled back in a perfect ponytail, the kind of confidence that comes from never having faced real consequences. She wanted a backcountry permit for a solo hike on the Ridgeline Trail, a challenging route that winds through some of our most remote terrain. "Ma'am, I have to recommend against solo hiking that trail this time of year," I told her, sliding the permit forms across the counter. "Weather's been unpredictable, and if something happens out there..." She cut me off with a wave of her manicured hand. "I've hiked the Appalachian Trail. I think I can handle your little mountain path." I should have pushed harder, should have made her wait for better weather or convince her to take a partner. But you can't save people from themselves, and Sarah Kellerman struck me as the type who'd hike it with or without a permit. At least this way, we'd know where she was supposed to be. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. Sarah's emergency contact, her sister in Portland, hadn't heard from her in 3 days. She was supposed to check in every evening via satellite communicator, but the messages had stopped Sunday night. Her last known position was at the Ridgeline Trail's halfway point, mile marker 7. I suited up for what I expected to be a routine search and rescue. These things usually ended one of 3 ways. The hiker had turned back early and forgotten to update their itinerary. They were injured and waiting for help, or they'd pushed beyond their limits and needed evacuation. Rarely did they end badly, especially with someone carrying proper emergency gear. My partner for the search was Katie Rodriguez, a newer ranger but sharp as a tack. She'd joined the service after 10 years as an EMT, and her medical training had already saved 2 lives in her first year with us. If Sarah was hurt, Katie would know what to do. We started up the Ridgeline Trail at 800 hours, the morning mist still clinging to the valley below. The trail begins gently, winding through old-growth forest where the trees grow so thick that noon feels like twilight. Sarah's route would have taken her up through the cedar groves, past Granite Falls and along the ridge itself before descending back toward the trailhead. "Good hiking weather today," Katie said, adjusting her pack straps. "Clear skies, no wind, should be easy to spot her if she's still on the trail." I nodded, but something felt off. The forest was too quiet. In 12 years of hiking these trails, I'd learned to read the wilderness like a book, and today the pages felt blank. No bird calls, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft crunch of our boots on fallen leaves and the distant murmur of water over stone. We reached mile marker 3 without finding any trace of Sarah's passage. The trail was well maintained but narrow, and even an experienced hiker would leave some sign. A displaced stone, a broken branch, a boot print in the soft earth beside the stream crossing. Nothing. "She's light on her feet," Katie observed, crouching beside a muddy patch where dozens of hikers had left their marks over the past week. Or she never came this way. That possibility worried me. The Ridgeline Trail was clearly marked, but it intersected with several unofficial paths that locals used for hunting and fishing. Someone unfamiliar with the area might take a wrong turn and end up miles off course in terrain we rarely patrolled. We pressed on, stopping every half mile to call Sarah's name and listen for a response. The forest swallowed our voices completely. At mile marker 5, we found the first sign of her passage. An energy bar wrapper caught in a serviceberry bush, the same brand she'd been carrying when she picked up her permit. "Finally," Katie breathed, bagging the wrapper. "At least we know she made it this far." But I was staring at the wrapper with growing unease. It was pristine, no weathering despite 3 days of mountain weather. More troubling was its position, caught on a branch at head height, as if someone had deliberately placed it there rather than dropped it. We radioed our location to dispatch and continued climbing. The trail grew steeper as it approached the ridge, switchbacking through stands of Douglas fir and hemlock. Here, the canopy was thinner, allowing patches of autumn sunlight to dapple the forest floor. It should have been beautiful, but the silence was becoming oppressive. At mile marker 7, Sarah's last known position, we found her campsite. The tent was pitched in a small clearing just off the trail, exactly where the regulations specified. Her gear was arranged with military precision. Camp stove, water filter, bear canister, all in perfect order. Too perfect. It looked like a display in an outdoor store rather than a campsite where someone had spent the night. "Sarah," I called out, though the tent was clearly empty. "Sarah Kellerman?" Katie was examining the fire ring. "Ashes are cold, but not 3 days cold. Someone had a fire here recently." I knelt beside the tent and unzipped the fly. Inside, Sarah's sleeping bag was laid out neatly, but it hadn't been slept in. Her clothes were folded, her personal items arranged with the same unnatural precision as the campsite. It was as if she'd set everything up and then simply vanished. "This doesn't make sense," Katie muttered, standing up from the fire ring. "Her permit says she was planning to camp here Sunday night, then hike out Monday morning. But this looks like she never even went to bed." I was about to respond when my radio crackled to life. "Ranger Chen, this is dispatch. How copy?" "Dispatch, this is Chen. I copy you 5 by 5. "Chen, we've got a situation. The sister in Portland is saying Sarah checked in last night at 2100 hours via satellite communicator. Message said she was safe and on schedule." Katie and I exchanged glances. "Dispatch, can you repeat that? You're saying Sarah sent a message yesterday?" "Affirmative. Sister says the message came through clear as day. All good, weather holding, on schedule for pickup tomorrow." That's verbatim. My blood ran cold. Sarah had been reported missing because she'd stopped communicating Sunday night. Now dispatch was telling us she'd sent a message Monday night from a campsite that looked like it hadn't been occupied in days. "Dispatch, we're at mile marker 7. Found her campsite, but it appears abandoned. No sign of recent habitation. Can you confirm the sister's story?" Static filled the radio for a long moment before dispatch responded. "Chen, we're showing some interference on our end. Can you repeat your last transmission?" I tried again, but the static was getting worse. Katie was waving me over to the edge of the clearing where she'd found something that made my stomach drop. Footprints. Sarah's hiking boots based on the tread pattern. But they circled the campsite in a perfect spiral, round and round, as if she'd been walking in circles for hours. The prints were deep, made in soft earth that would have shown when they were made. They looked fresh. "Marcus," Katie's voice was tight. "Look at this." She was pointing to the center of the spiral, where the footprints ended. The earth was disturbed as if someone had been digging, but there was no hole. Instead, there was a pattern pressed into the dirt, geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly, as if they were somehow wrong. I tried the radio again. "Dispatch, we need backup at mile marker 7. Something's not right here." The static was so bad now that I couldn't make out any response. Katie was trying her radio with the same result. We were cut off. "Equipment malfunction?" she asked, but she didn't sound convinced. "Both radios at the same time?" I shook my head. "That's not a malfunction." The temperature had dropped while we examined the campsite. What had been a pleasant autumn day was turning cold and gray, with fog beginning to roll in from the valley below. The forest, already unnaturally quiet, seemed to be holding its breath. "We should continue the search," Katie said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "She's obviously not here." I wanted to agree, but every instinct I'd developed in 12 years of wilderness work was screaming at me to leave. The campsite felt wrong. The perfect spiral of footprints felt wrong, and the way the fog was moving against the wind felt wrong. But Sarah Kellerman was out there somewhere, and she was my responsibility. We packed up and continued along the ridge, following the trail as it wound through increasingly dense forest. The fog was rising faster now, reducing visibility to maybe 50 feet. Our flashlights seemed to barely penetrate the gloom, and I had to fight the urge to look over my shoulder every few steps. At mile marker 8, we found the second campsite. It was identical to the first. Same tent, same gear arrangement, same unnatural precision. Even the spiral of footprints was there, leading to the same impossible pattern in the center. But this campsite was supposed to be empty. Sarah's permit only authorized one night on the trail. "This is impossible," Katie whispered, sweeping her flashlight across the scene. "It's the exact same setup, down to the last detail." I knelt beside the tent and looked inside. Same sleeping bag, same folded clothes, same personal items. But something was different. The clothes were subtly wrong, colors slightly off, fabric that looked familiar but felt strange. And there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, like earth after rain, but with an underlying sweetness that made my skin crawl. "Katie, we need to go. Now." She was still examining the campsite, her EMT training making her methodical even in the face of the impossible. "Marcus, look at this. The ashes in the fire ring are warm." I grabbed her arm. "Katie, we're leaving. Whatever's happening here, Sarah's not our concern anymore." But even as I said it, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from deeper in the forest. And then, faintly, a voice. "Help me." It was Sarah's voice, but wrong. Too flat, too empty. Like someone doing a bad impression of human speech. "Help me. I'm lost." The voice was closer now, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Katie had her flashlight up, sweeping the beam through the fog, but the darkness swallowed the light completely. "Sarah?" she called out. "Sarah, is that you?" "Don't," I hissed. But it was too late. The footsteps stopped. The forest went completely silent. Even the distant murmur of water over stone had ceased. In that silence, I could hear my own heartbeat, Katie's rapid breathing, and something else. Digging. The sound of hands clawing at earth, desperate and frantic. "Help me!" Sarah's voice came again. But now it was coming from below us, from underground. "Help me, I can't get out!" Katie took a step toward the sound, her medical training overriding her fear. "Sarah, where are you? Keep talking, we'll find you." The digging sound intensified, and I realized with horror that it was coming from the center of the spiral footprints. The impossible pattern in the dirt was moving, shifting, as if something was trying to claw its way up from beneath. "Katie, step back." But she was already moving toward the center of the pattern, her flashlight beam focused on the disturbed earth. "I can see her. She's down there." I couldn't see anything but shifting shadows and fog, but Katie was reaching down, extending her hand toward something in the dirt. Her face was blank, unfocused, like she was sleepwalking. "Katie, no!" I lunged forward and grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the edge of the pattern. She fought me, stronger than she should have been, her eyes wide and staring. "She needs help," Katie said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "She's been digging for so long. Her fingers are bleeding." I dragged her away from the campsite, back toward the trail. Behind us, the digging sound had stopped, but Sarah's voice continued calling for help. Multiple voices now, all slightly different, all wrong. "Help me. I'm lost. I can't find my way out. The dirt is so cold." We stumbled down the trail, my flashlight beam dancing wildly as I tried to navigate while supporting Katie's weight. She was coming back to herself, shaking her head and looking around in confusion. "What happened? Where are we?" "Just keep moving," I told her. "We're getting out of here." But the trail had changed. The markers we'd followed on our way up were gone, replaced by paths that branched and twisted in directions I didn't recognize. The fog was so thick now that I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead, and my compass was spinning wildly, unable to find magnetic north. "Marcus," Katie's voice was steadier now, but frightened. "My GPS is showing impossible coordinates. According to this, we're 3 miles underground." I checked my own GPS and saw the same thing. The elevation reading was negative, the coordinates a jumble of numbers that didn't correspond to any location on Earth. Our equipment was failing or something was interfering with it. "We follow the trail," I said. Whatever's happening here, the trail has to lead out eventually. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure. The path we were following felt wrong, sloping downward when it should have been climbing, turning left when I remembered it turning right. And there were other trails now, branching off into the fog in all directions. That's when we heard the laughing. It started as a giggle like a child playing hide and seek. Then it grew louder, more voices joining in until the forest echoed with dozens of people laughing in perfect unison. The sound was coming from all around us, from the trees themselves. "This way," Katie said, pointing to a trail that branched off to the right. "This feels right." I wanted to argue, but my sense of direction was completely gone. The fog had turned the forest into a maze, and every path looked the same. We followed Katie's instincts, hoping she was right. The laughing followed us, always just out of sight in the fog. Sometimes it would stop, and in the silence we could hear other sounds, whispering voices, the crackle of radios, the distant sound of helicopters. Rescue sounds, but wrong. Too perfect, too obvious. "Do you hear that?" Katie asked. "Sounds like search and rescue." I did hear it, but something about the sounds made my skin crawl. They were too convenient, too much like what we wanted to hear. Like someone was playing a recording of a rescue operation, trying to lure us off the trail. "We stick to the path," I said. "Don't follow any sounds." But the sounds were getting closer, and they were starting to sound more real. Radio chatter, helicopter rotors, dogs barking, all the sounds of a massive search and rescue operation, probably looking for us as much as for Sarah. "Marcus Chen, this is Ranger Station. Do you copy?" The voice came from my radio, clear as day. No static, no interference. Just crisp, professional communication. "This is Chen," I responded automatically. "We're on the trail, approximately mile marker 6, heading down from the ridge. We've lost Sarah Kellerman and we're experiencing some kind of equipment malfunction." "Copy that, Chen. We have teams converging on your position. ETA 10 minutes. Can you describe your current location?" I looked around at the fog-shrouded forest, the unfamiliar trail, the impossible landscape. "Dispatch, we're having trouble with navigation. GPS is showing incorrect readings, and the trail markers are missing." "Understood, we're tracking your radio signal. Stay put and we'll come to you." The relief I felt was overwhelming. Finally, someone was coming to help. We'd get out of this nightmare, file our report, and try to make sense of what had happened to Sarah Kellerman. But Katie was shaking her head. "Marcus, look at your radio." I looked down and felt my blood turn to ice. The radio was dead. Battery indicator showed 0 power and the display was blank. But I could still hear the voice clear as day. "Chen, this is dispatch. We need you to move to the clearing ahead. Our teams are staging there." "The radio's dead," I whispered to Katie, "but I can still hear them." She nodded, her face pale. "Mine too. But I can hear helicopters getting closer." The helicopter sound was directly overhead now. But when I looked up, I saw only fog and the dark silhouettes of trees. No aircraft, no lights, no sign of rescue. "It's not real," I said. "None of it's real." But even as I said it, I could see lights ahead through the fog. Bright searchlights, the kind used in rescue operations. And there were figures moving between the trees, people in ranger uniforms calling our names. "Marcus, Katie, over here." I recognized the voice. It was Jim Morrison, the station commander. But Jim was 60 years old and had a bad knee. He hadn't been on a field rescue in 3 years. "Marcus, can you hear me? We found Sarah. She's safe." That stopped me cold. Sarah was safe? After everything we'd seen, the impossible campsites, the underground voices, the spiral footprints? "Where?" I called out. "Where is she?" "Right here," came Jim's voice, closer now. "She's right here with us." Through the fog, I could see the rescue team. Rangers in familiar uniforms, equipment that looked right, procedures that seemed normal. And there, in the center of the group, was Sarah Kellerman. She looked exactly as I remembered her from the ranger station. Blonde hair, expensive gear, that confident smile. But she was too clean, too perfect. 3 days in the wilderness should have left some mark on her, but she looked like she'd just stepped out of a hotel room. "Sarah," I called out, "are you okay?" She turned toward me, and for a moment her face was exactly right. Then she smiled, and I saw that her teeth were black with dirt. "I'm fine," she said in her familiar voice. "I just got a little lost, but they found me." The rescue team was moving toward us now, and I could see their faces clearly. They were all rangers I knew: Jim Morrison, Dave Keller, Susan Park, Tom Bradley. All perfect, all wrong. Their eyes were too bright, their movements too synchronized. "Katie," I whispered, "we need to run." But Katie was already walking toward the rescue team, her face blank and peaceful. "They found her," she said. "They found Sarah. Everything's going to be okay." "Katie, no." I grabbed her arm, but she was stronger than before, impossibly strong. She pulled away from me and continued toward the group. "Marcus," Fake Jim said, "you need to come with us. There's been an accident. We need to get you both to safety." "What kind of accident?" "Sarah fell into one of the old mine shafts. The ground gave way underneath her. She's been trapped for 3 days." But that was impossible. There were no mine shafts on the Ridgeline Trail. The geological survey had been thorough, mapping every cave and crevice in the area. And Sarah was standing right there, smiling her dirt-toothed smile. "She doesn't look trapped," I said. Fake Jim's smile faltered for just a moment. "She's in shock. Trauma can make people seem normal when they're not." "Then why are her teeth black?" The question hung in the air like a challenge. The rescue team stopped moving, their synchronized behavior breaking down. Sarah's smile widened, showing more of those impossible black teeth. "Because," she said in a voice like grinding stone, "I've been eating dirt for 3 days." The fog exploded outward, and suddenly I could see everything clearly. We weren't on the trail at all. We were in a vast underground cavern, the ceiling lost in darkness above. The rescue team was gone, replaced by figures that might have been human once but were wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, joints that bent the wrong way. And Sarah. Sarah was still there, but she was different. Her skin was pale as bone, her eyes black as coal. She was covered in dirt and leaves, and when she moved, I could hear the sound of earth falling from her clothes. "I've been waiting for you," she said. "Both of you. Do you know how lonely it is down here?" Katie was still walking toward her, but now I could see that she was moving like a puppet, her steps jerky and unnatural. Something was pulling her forward, something I couldn't see. "The earth is hungry," Sarah continued. "It wants to taste new things, new people. You'll like it down here. It's quiet and dark, and you never have to worry about finding your way out." I backed away, but my feet seemed to stick to the ground. Looking down, I saw that the floor of the cavern was covered in a thick layer of soft earth, and my boots were sinking into it. "Don't fight it," Sarah said. "It's easier if you don't fight." The earth was up to my ankles now, warm and soft like a grave. Katie had reached Sarah and was standing beside her, her face serene and empty. Her eyes were starting to turn black. "Marcus," Katie said, in a voice like wind through leaves, "it's beautiful down here. You should see the things that grow in the dark." I tried to move, but the earth was holding me fast. It was up to my knees now, and I could feel things moving in it. Worms, beetles, things that had no name. They were crawling up my legs, burrowing into my skin. "Help me," I said, but my voice sounded strange, muffled. Sarah tilted her head, and I realized she was listening to something I couldn't hear. "They're coming," she said. "The ones who tend the earth. They've been waiting so long for new seeds to plant." In the darkness beyond the cavern, I could see shapes moving. Tall, thin figures with too many joints, carrying tools that looked like shovels but moved like living things. They were coming closer, and I could hear them whispering in voices like rustling leaves. "Plant them deep," they said. "Plant them where they'll grow strong." The earth was up to my waist now, and I could feel roots growing around my legs, holding me in place. Katie was sinking too, but she didn't seem to mind. She was smiling and small flowers were blooming in her hair. "It doesn't hurt," she said. "It's like going to sleep." I tried to scream, but my mouth was full of dirt. The earth was pulling me down, and I could feel things growing inside me, vines and roots and things that had never seen sunlight. In the distance, I could hear Sarah laughing, and the sound was like wind through dead leaves. The last thing I remember was the darkness closing over my head, and the feeling of becoming part of something vast and hungry and patient. I woke up in Mercy General Hospital in Portland 3 days later. The doctor said I'd been found at the base of a cliff near the Ridgeline Trail, suffering from severe hypothermia and dehydration. I'd been talking about underground caverns and people made of earth, so they assumed I was delirious. Katie was in the bed next to mine. She'd been found at the same time in the same condition. But when I tried to talk to her about what had happened, she just stared at me with empty eyes and said she didn't remember anything after leaving the ranger station. They never found Sarah Kellerman. The official report concluded that she'd fallen into a ravine and been washed away by the seasonal floods. Her gear was found scattered along the creek bed, torn and weathered as if it had been there for months instead of days. But I know better. I know she's still out there in the spaces between the trees and the dark places where the earth is soft and hungry. Sometimes late at night I can hear her calling for help. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in thick and low, I can hear the sound of digging. They retired me on medical disability. Post-traumatic stress, they said. Survivor's guilt. But I know it's more than that. I know that part of me is still down there, in that cavern that exists somewhere between the world we know and the world we don't. And I know that someday, when the earth gets hungry enough, it will come looking for the rest of me. I moved to the city after that, as far from the mountains as I could get. But sometimes, when I'm walking on the sidewalk or working in my garden, I can feel the earth shifting beneath my feet. And I know that no matter how far I run, I'll never really escape what I saw in those dark places under the ridge. The earth remembers, and it's patient. It can wait. My name is William Hayes, and I've been a park ranger at Yellowstone National Park for 12 years. This happened during the fall of 2023, when what seemed like a routine missing person case involving Jessica Martinez became something that still haunts me every time I walk alone in the wilderness. The aspen trees were at their peak that October, brilliant golds that normally brought me peace after a long summer season. But that particular morning, when dispatch crackled through my radio at 6:45 a.m., I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "Hayes, we've got a missing hiker reported on the Blacktail Ridge Trail. 28-year-old female Jessica Martinez, last seen yesterday around 5 p.m. near the thermal features. Her hiking partner called it in this morning when she didn't return to their campsite." I knew the Blacktail Ridge Trail well, a challenging 8-mile route that wound through dense forest before opening onto exposed ridgeline. It was remote enough to be dangerous for solo hikers, especially with the early snowfall we'd been having. The trail had a reputation among the local rangers, though we never talked about it officially. Too many disappearances over the years, and the ones we did find, well, they weren't always found in one piece. "Copy that, dispatch. Any description of what she was wearing?" "Green jacket, black hiking pants, orange backpack. She was experienced, according to her partner. They'd been hiking together for 3 days with no problems." I gathered my gear methodically: first aid kit, GPS unit, emergency radio, rope, and my service weapon. The missing person protocol was routine by now. But something about this case felt different. Maybe it was the location, or maybe it was the fact that we'd had 2 other disappearances on that same trail in the past 6 months. As I drove toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The radio kept cutting in and out with bursts of static, and twice I thought I heard a woman's voice whispering my name through the interference. When I tried to call dispatch for a radio check, all I got was dead air. The parking area was nearly empty. Just Jessica's white Subaru and an old pickup truck that belonged to Earl Hutchins, a local who'd been hunting these mountains for 40 years. I found Earl sitting on his tailgate, smoking a cigarette and staring up at the trailhead with troubled eyes. "Morning, Earl. You heading up the ridge today?" He shook his head slowly, Was planning to, but something don't feel right up there. Been sitting here for an hour, and I ain't heard a single bird call from that direction. Animals know when to stay away from something. I felt that familiar chill again. Earl had survived in these mountains longer than anyone I knew, and if he was spooked, that meant something. You see anything unusual yesterday? We got a missing hiker. Earl's expression darkened. Saw a woman in a green jacket around 4:30, heading up toward the thermal area. But there was something else with her staying in the trees. Couldn't get a clear look, but it was big, real big. And it was following her. Following her? You mean like a bear? No. Earl crushed his cigarette under his boot. Bears don't follow people like that. This thing was, stalking her, like a predator that knows exactly what it's doing. I thanked Earl and started up the trail, but his words stuck with me. In 12 years of rangering, I dealt with plenty of wildlife encounters, but there was something in his voice that suggested this was different. This was something that understood human behavior, something that hunted with intelligence. The trail was well maintained for the first few miles, winding through lodgepole pine and aspen groves. The silence Earl had mentioned was oppressive. No bird calls, no squirrel chatter, just the crunch of frost-covered leaves under my boots and the sound of my own breathing. About 3 miles in, I found the first sign of Jessica's passage, a torn piece of green fabric caught on a branch at eye level. The fabric was fresh, and there was something dark staining it that looked like blood. I bagged it carefully and marked the location on my GPS, but as I examined the area more closely, I found something that made my blood run cold. In the soft earth beside the trail were 2 sets of tracks, Jessica's hiking boots, and something else. The other tracks were human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too large, with elongated toes and what looked like claw marks at the tips. I followed the tracks as they paralleled the trail, staying just inside the tree line. They continued for about half a mile before both sets of prints left the main trail and headed up a steep game path toward the thermal features. The thermal area was a series of hot springs and geysers that most hikers avoided due to the unstable ground and dangerous gases. It was also where 2 previous hikers had disappeared, their bodies never found despite extensive searches. As I climbed toward the steaming pools, the silence became even more oppressive. I found Jessica's orange backpack at the edge of the largest thermal pool. It was sitting upright, perfectly positioned as if someone had placed it there deliberately. Inside, I found all her gear intact: water, food, first aid supplies, and a small journal. The last entry was dated yesterday. Day 4 of the trip. The thermal features are incredible, but there's something unsettling about this place. I keep feeling like I'm being watched, and twice I've seen movement in the trees that doesn't match any wildlife I know. Tom thinks I'm being paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that something is following us. Planning to head back to camp early. The handwriting was shaky, showing signs of stress or fear. If Jessica had been planning to return to camp, why was her backpack here? And where was she now? I circled the thermal pool carefully, looking for any signs of struggle or accident. The ground around the springs was treacherous, with thin crusts of mineral deposits that could break through and plunge someone into scalding water. But there were no signs of a fall, no disturbed earth or broken ground. What I did find was another set of those strange tracks, circling the pool like a predator stalking its prey. The tracks were clear in the soft mud, and as I studied them more closely, I realized they weren't quite human. The proportions were wrong, too long, too narrow, with evidence of claws or talons. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice calling for help from somewhere in the forest above the thermal area. "Help me! Please, someone help me!" I grabbed my radio and tried to respond, but got only static. The voice called again, closer this time, and I could hear the desperation in it. I started climbing toward the sound, following a faint path that led up the ridge. "Jessica, is that you? Keep calling out, I'm coming." But as I climbed, the calls began to change. The voice was still female, still desperate, but there was something off about the cadence, the pronunciation. It sounded like someone trying to imitate human speech, getting most of it right but missing subtle details. "Help. Me. Please. Someone. The words were too evenly spaced, too perfectly enunciated, and there was an undertone to the voice, a deeper resonance that didn't belong to any human throat. I reached a small clearing about a quarter-mile above the thermal area and stopped. The voice had gone silent, but I could feel something watching me from the trees. I drew my service weapon and called out, "This is Park Ranger Hayes. If you're injured, I'm here to help. Please show yourself." Movement in the trees to my left caught my attention. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a green jacket and black pants matching Jessica's description. But something was wrong with the way she moved. Too fluid, too graceful, like a predator pretending to be prey. "Jessica, are you hurt?" She turned toward me and I saw her face. It was Jessica's face, but wrong in ways that made my skin crawl. Her eyes were too large, too dark, and they reflected light like an animal's. Her mouth was stretched in a smile that showed too many teeth, and when she spoke, her voice had that same artificial quality I'd heard before. "I am hurt. Please, help me." I kept my weapon raised but didn't fire. Something about this situation felt like a trap, like I was being lured into a carefully planned ambush. The woman who looked like Jessica took a step closer, and I noticed that her feet didn't quite touch the ground. "Stay where you are. I'm going to call for medical assistance." I reached for my radio with my free hand, but before I could key the mic, the Jessica thing's head snapped to the side at an impossible angle. The sound of breaking vertebrae echoed through the clearing. "No radio, no help, just you and me." Her voice was changing, becoming deeper, more guttural. The human facade was slipping away, revealing something underneath that had never been human at all. I fired 3 shots center mass. The bullets passed through her without effect and she began to laugh, a sound like breaking glass mixed with the growl of a large predator. "You cannot hurt me, Ranger, but I can hurt you." She began to change, her human form stretching and distorting. Her arms elongated, her fingers extending into claws. Her face pushed forward into a snout filled with predator's teeth. Within seconds, the thing that had been pretending to be Jessica was gone, replaced by something that stood 9 feet tall and looked like a cross between a bear and a wolf. But it moved with human intelligence, circling me like a boxer looking for an opening. This wasn't just a wild animal. It was a predator that had learned to hunt humans by studying their behavior, mimicking their calls for help, using their own compassion against them. I fired the rest of my clip, but the bullets had no effect. The creature lunged at me and I rolled to the side, coming up with my backup weapon. But before I could fire, it spoke again, this time in a perfect imitation of my own voice. "This is Park Ranger Hayes. If you're injured, I'm here to help." It was learning, adapting, collecting voices and mannerisms to use in future hunts. I realized with growing horror that this thing had probably been hunting in these mountains for years, using the voices of its victims to lure in rescuers and other potential prey. The creature circled me again, and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Scattered around the clearing were personal items, watches, wallets, hiking gear, and bones. Lots of bones picked clean and arranged in neat piles. This wasn't just a feeding ground. It was a collection site, a place where the creature brought its victims to feed and to study them. It was learning about human behavior, human speech patterns, human psychology. It was becoming better at hunting us. I backed toward the tree line, looking for an escape route. The creature seemed to sense my intention and moved to block my path. When it spoke again, it was in Jessica's voice, but the words were all wrong. "Don't leave me here. I'm so hungry. It's been so long since I've eaten." The thing that had been Jessica, or wearing Jessica's form, was gone. What remained was a predator that had studied human behavior so thoroughly that it could almost pass for human itself. Almost, but not quite. I made my decision. Instead of running, I charged directly at the creature, hoping to catch it off guard. It worked. The thing reared back in surprise, and I managed to get past it and into the trees. But as I ran, I could hear it following me, crashing through the underbrush with surprising speed for something so large. and it was calling to me in different voices. Jessica's voice, my own voice, even Earl's gravelly tones. "Hayes, where you going, boy? Come back here." I ran for what felt like hours, but the creature stayed right behind me. It was toying with me, I realized. It could have caught me any time it wanted, but it was enjoying the chase, learning about human fear and panic responses. Finally, I reached a steep ravine that I couldn't cross. I turned to face the creature, my backup weapon raised. It emerged from the trees slowly, having shifted back to its human form. But this time, it looked like me, a perfect duplicate except for those predator's eyes. "You cannot escape," it said in my voice. "You cannot hide. I know how you think, how you move, how you taste fear. I have been hunting your kind for longer than you can imagine." "What are you?" I gasped, trying to buy time. "I am what your species created when you learned to hunt cooperatively. I am the shadow that follows every apex predator. I am the thing that hunts the hunters." It began to advance, and I realized this was how I was going to die. Alone in the mountains, killed by something that had learned to be human better than most humans ever managed. But then I heard something that changed everything. The sound of helicopters approaching from the south. The creature heard it too, and for the first time since I'd encountered it, it showed something like fear. "They're looking for me," I said. "My backup team. They'll find you." The creature's form began to shift again, becoming more animal-like. "They will find you, in pieces, scattered across the mountain, another victim of the wilderness." It lunged at me, but I was ready. I fired all 6 rounds from my backup weapon, not trying to hurt it but to create enough noise to guide the search helicopters to my location. The creature struck me and sent me tumbling down the ravine, but I kept firing until my weapon was empty. I hit the bottom hard, feeling ribs crack and tasting blood. Above me, I could hear the creature howling in frustration as the helicopters drew closer. It knew it had missed its chance. The rescue team found me 2 hours later, broken, but alive. They airlifted me to the hospital in Bozeman, where I spent 3 weeks recovering from internal injuries and a concussion. The official report listed Jessica Martinez as a victim of wildlife attack, her remains never found. But I knew better. Jessica hadn't been killed by a wild animal. She'd been killed by something that had been studying human behavior for decades, learning to hunt us more effectively than any natural predator ever could. I requested a transfer to a different park, but the nightmares followed me. In my dreams, I'm still in that clearing, still facing the creature that wore Jessica's face. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the wilderness, I hear voices calling for help from the trees. But I've learned to tell the difference between real distress calls and the thing that mimics them. Real human voices have imperfections, variations, emotional undertones that can't be perfectly copied. The creature's voices are too perfect, too practiced, like an actor who's rehearsed their lines too many times. I've been a park ranger for 13 years now, and I've learned that there are predators in the wilderness that don't appear in any wildlife manual. They're the ones that have learned to hunt us by becoming us, by studying our weaknesses and using them against us. The Blacktail Ridge Trail is closed now, officially due to unstable thermal activity. But I know the real reason. Park Service doesn't want to admit that there are things in the wilderness that hunt humans with intelligence and purpose, things that have learned to wear our faces and speak with our voices. But I remember Jessica Martinez, and I remember the real sound of her voice from the journal entry she left behind. And every time I hear a call for help in the wilderness, I listen carefully for the imperfections that prove it's human. Because the thing that hunts the hunters is still out there, still learning, still perfecting its technique. And the next time you hear someone calling for help in the deep woods, you better make sure it's really human before you go running to the rescue. The trail hunter is patient, and it's always hungry for new voices to add to its collection.